They're getting them. All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're about to start our meeting for City Commission meeting agenda for Tuesday, May 19, 2026. Hello, everyone. We're about to start. Can you please, thank you. Thank you. We're about to start. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll?
Commissioner Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Jean.
Here.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smuckler.
Present.
Commissioner Sue.
Here.
Vice Mayor Florimon. Mayor Michael Joseph.
I am here.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you. Next up is our invocation, Pastor Frisner Jules, firstborn, again, Baptist Church of North Miami Beach. He's not here? Well, I'll just do a quick invocation of God. Our Lord and Heavenly Father, we ask you to come today and give us insight, wisdom, and blessings to do what's right for the city and to continue in being honorable in doing so. Allow us to have a peaceful and expedient meeting, and we say, in your precious and holy name, Jesus Christ, amen. All right, let's do our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
action
sir.
number 4. Oh, this is going to be quick.
That's what we always say.
Well, anything's possible.
Mr. Mayor, at the request of the City Manager's Office, the quasi-judicial item, which is item 10.1, will be deferred to the June meeting. Per the City Clerk's Office, we're going to add, there'd be an addition to add Mara Hawk to be appointed to the Beautification Board. That item will now be item 13.3. Per the request of Mayor Michael Joseph, item number 9.4, which is a resolution R 2026-64, item 9.10, which is resolution number 2026-70, as well as 9.11, which is a resolution number 2026-71, will be moved from the consent agenda and heard first under legislation. Also, please correct me if I'm wrong. You want to have a discussion item?
Yeah, with the
police?
the police union, with the a discussion regarding the police union with the manager's office. That's it.
So there'll be a discussion item per the police union and the manager's
Yes.
office regarding that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 9.4 completely or table it till next time.
I just had a couple. I mean, we can get to it when discussion. I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like that's the only reason, because it was pulled out last minute. I'm like, I have a couple of questions. If you could allow, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
also as to the quasi-judicial item that's being deferred, I just want to point out that the applicant and counsel and some others are present tonight. Ask them just to stand so they can wave at you and let you know that they're here and they'll be back.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, so do I have?
Wait a minute, Madam Secretary, if I may, through the mayor, did we pull 9.6?
Microphone.
It's on.
No, but you talk in front of it.
Did we pull 9.6?
No.
No, you want to pull that?
Yes, I do.
Please, for right after.
We need to update it a little.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I
9.6.
9
should have said, now, did you mean for discussion, Commissioner Smith?
No,
or
for legislation.
Defer.
Or are you gonna defer, or are you gonna pull it down into discussion?
We could have it for this, well, I want to vote on it.
It's
If
a
I pull it
legislate-
for
It'll be in legislation.
legislation.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mayor, I should have said as to 10.1 that's being deferred, I would ask that it be deferred to a date certain to the next commission meeting, which is scheduled, Madam Clerk, when?
The next is June, hold on. June 16th.
That it be deferred to a date certain to June 16th.
As amended, do I have a motion? So moved. Second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Next is on,
So where did we put Phyllis's item?
it's it's in discussion, like
In
right after-
discussion, okay.
Not discussion.
No,
legislation.
under legislation.
All right, next is public comment, right? Or, because there's no presentations, public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first 2 signed speakers are Noel Pace and Coach JP. Did I say that right? Sorry.
Yeah, you said my name fine. Yes. Hey, Colonel Noel Pace, retired. Thank you so much again, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this great recognition and this proclamation here in regards to Military Appreciation Month. Just happened to be conveniently here. We brought Aiden with us. Aiden plays on the Miami School of Soccer. It's great to see his fellow teammates here, along with his coach, who you'll be hearing from right now is Joe Pedro Wernick. He is the proprietor of the Miami School of Soccer. I can say that Aiden and myself have been involved with Miami School of Soccer now for a number of years. Great opportunity for kids. I mean, obviously you heard from a professional soccer player who got to start playing military soccer, and, went on to be a professional player and now is involved with the Olympics. So, just a great opportunity, and we really appreciate JP, along with all the parents and all the coaches that work their tails off. They have practice and training programs Tuesday, basically Monday through Thursday nights each week, and then different games and league games. And obviously the students and the kids, learn teamwork and discipline and get some physical activity, in this age of screens and phones and tablets. It's great to see them all out there. And so I will introduce my friend, Mr. Warnick. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Coach AP, as introduced by Aiden's dad.
You have to speak
Is
into
it,
the
is
microphone.
it working?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. I was telling that I don't know this Colonel Noel. I know Aiden's dad for, maybe 3 years? At least. So last meeting, I had the opportunity to introduce Miami School of Soccer for the city. And it was a surprise that the city was not aware of our program that has been running here for at least 2 years in 2 different parks, in Allen Park and in Uleta Park. Tonight, I'm not here to introduce us. I'm gonna let other parents talk about the program. I'm here to thank all the parents that send me support, sent emails, text messages, talked to people in the city, and shared the willing of keeping the program running in the city. I know the city just accept a new program, free program to the city, but I'm here to say also thank you to the city for the open conversation we had the last 3 weeks, all the emails we exchanged, all the information I sent, and I'm available for in-person meeting with anyone to explain better our mission and what Miami School of Soccer has been done in the last 6 years. We were established in 2019, and we have 2 locations now. So thank you, parents, for coming tonight, okay? And thanks for the city for listening me out. Have a good night.
So I'm sorry, I know we're not supposed to be asking questions, and through the mayor, if I may. So, when this other soccer school starts, where are you gonna be?
Well, when the other soccer school was brought in, I was very concerned that we would be kicked out from Allen Park, because what I heard in the meeting is that they were using the same field. I had a meeting with Parks and Recreation this week, so apparently I will be able to use Allen Park throughout the year on Fridays at least, and we're gonna see where the other day of the week we're gonna move the program. So yeah, that's what was my understanding in the meeting last week.
All right. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
and I understood that Little Haiti doesn't want to use 4 days a week as they proposed in the contract, because they are opening only 2 age groups, so they're going to be Tuesdays
50
and
seconds.
Thursdays. So I'm trying to adapt another day.
Oh.
I just want to be in Allen Park throughout the year, at least once a week.
All right,
That was my.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next speaker.
Karen Harold, and then Alicia Proctor.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Harold, and I'm a resident of the city of North Miami Beach. Thank you for your service. Continuing on and adding to the email that I sent you last week, where I outlined major concerns with a financial slippery slope we are on now, and how accountability, responsibility, and efforts to guide the city to solvency need to be the #1 priority to get our city into not only being a great city, but a fantastic city that will still be here for the next 200-year celebration. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Edward Everett Hale. I would like to ask all of you to come together and focus on the dire place our finances are in now. I say dire because we have $5 million in reserve, $5 million owed to the Treasury, leaves 0 balance in reserves, with the potential for catastrophic prospects. Catastrophic means possibility of minus 20 million in debt. If change is not implemented, curtailing of spending and plans made and put into place to make the city solvent. Thank you to all who voted for and those who support our city manager as he sorts through the departments under him that are the lifeblood to keeping us in the black, keeping our city running. He has found a lot of clogged arteries and working hard to unblock them and streamline the process of running the city in a smooth, successful way with lots of opportunities for growth. However, we must keep together to realize this progress, and when we are working together with our city's health and well-being in mind, then we will have success. Let your laser focus be on stopping the financial draining of funds, stop adding to the dwindling of our money, and work together with our city manager, who has expressed a lot of hope and plans so we can make it to a healthier financial place. Focus, get the job done, city #1, stop the draining, this is your legacy. Now that the mismanagement and overspending is becoming transparent, the real work can begin. I do have faith that you all can do it. If you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Any idea to help bring in sponsorship for, an idea that came to my mind to help bring money for sponsorship, if you're not already doing it, for the centennial would be like for a $100 donation to have a lapel pin. I have 100 here for you. If that sounds like a good plan, maybe for 5,000, you can give like a silver coin. For 5,000, some kind of a gold coin with our logo, and maybe 100,000, some beautiful Swarovski crystal thing. So I think that you have some money there. I haven't heard anything being planned for sponsorship so far, so I'd like to mention that.
15 seconds.
If anybody else, a resident, has ideas to help bring in money, send an email to the city manager. We've been told many times the hierarchy of the city starts with the residents, We see what's happening. We are watching for accountability and transparency, and we want to do what we can to help our city thrive. Thank you for
Thank
listening.
you.
Next speaker.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia Proctor. I am a proud North Miami Beach resident, but I'm an even prouder parent of a soccer player with the Miami School of Soccer. JP was very gracious in how he presented the information, but really I think in regards to transparency, we're trying to understand why the opportunity wasn't afforded to the soccer clubs that were already present in North Miami Beach for North Miami Beach taxpayer dollars, in essence, that are paying for another club to come into North Miami Beach and utilize those resources for their students. The Miami School of Soccer has shown great presence. They are extremely affordable, but yet there are quite a few children in North Miami Beach, I'm sure, that would love to play soccer, but are not afforded the opportunity. So for another city to be brought in, given this opportunity, who already has a club and this type of sponsorship in North Miami and Little Haiti, and now they've been invited to North Miami Beach, we as the parents and the residents are just trying to understand why that opportunity wasn't afforded to a present club in North Miami Beach already growing the great reputation of the city. All these kids are in love with playing soccer, and so I feel in the future, beyond being here to petition that the Miami School of Soccer be afforded the first opportunity to stay in Allen Park, where they have been dedicated for the past 2 years, affording that first opportunity to be accommodated. Also, that funds and other opportunities like this that are going to be presented in taxpayer dollars should be on the ballot, and the taxpayers should be given an opportunity to vote. That's all. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Excuse me. Next speaker, Shayna Adorno.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner members. My name is Shayna Adorno. I'm a born and raised North Miami Beach resident. And I'm here tonight to speak about the recent decision involving the field of Allen Park that our head coach of Miami School of Soccer has been renting and using for over 2 years. First, I want to say I fully support giving children access to free sports programs. Soccer creates discipline, teamwork, health, and opportunity for kids in our community. I believe every child deserves a chance. However, the issue I'm facing is not about being against youth soccer. The issue is fairness, communication, and the impact this decision has had on our coaches' business, our players, and the families that rely on this program, especially coming from a city that is always so big on supporting our local small businesses. For years, our coach has invested his own time, money, and effort into building a soccer program that consistently is renting this field through the proper channels. He followed the city's rules, he paid the required fees, scheduled practices and games, and built relationships with the local families who depend on having a safe and organized place for their children to play. Without meaningful discussion or consideration, that access was taken away and reassigned to a free soccer program. As a result, our program has lost its field, and many of our kids and families involved are now left without a consistency or direction. This is not just about the field. It's about the message being sent also to our small business owners, coaches, mentors, and community leaders who invest in the city. When someone follows the rules, pays their fees, and contributes positively to the community, there should be transparency and fairness before removing them from what they have built over time. I'm asking the council to consider a solution that supports both programs instead of replacing one with the other. There has to be a way for the city to promote free youth opportunities while also respecting existing organizations that have already been serving the community responsibly. Whether that means shared scheduling, alternative field access, or a formal review process before permits are reassigned, I believe a compromise can be reached that benefits everyone, especially the children. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing: more opportunities for our youth and stronger community involvement. I'm simply asking for fairness and communication. I myself looked for something that can teach discipline, focus, and teamwork when deciding to put my child in a sport. My son, who has ADHD, needed something where he can get that dopamine in a correct way. And thankfully, we found JP. We have been with him for over 4 years. It wasn't just looking for something that teaches him discipline and teamwork, but something that was also affordable, because everything is so expensive nowadays. I have watched my child, who literally, by chemical design, has finally had his brain be able to focus and control his impulses. And Miami School of Soccer is not just a soccer school, it's a literal family.
Thank
We, the
you.
parents-
Time.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay, I was gonna give you like a few 2 seconds to finish up. If you can, real quick.
Okay. Where was I? We,
Miami.
yeah, I lost my train of thought. Oh, we, the parents, have gotten close. We have beach days, we have pool days, we have bowling, we have barbecues, we do everything together. So from my standpoint as a mom and as someone who grew up in the same very neighborhood, this is the best soccer program for the community, and taking it away will destabilize everything JP and the coaches have worked so hard for our kids. You can bring a free soccer program, and I'm sure someone would join because, of course, it's free. Why not? But they were not going to have that same family feel that Miami School Soccer has. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next two speakers, Collis Stoner and then Marie Ange Valcerny.
Good evening to everyone. I'm here this evening not about soccer, about my street. I've been living on my street since...
Your name, please. Your name.
Oh, my name is Collis Stoner. And I'm not talking about soccer. I don't know if you all remember these, what these are. These used to be our water bill. This is my first one when I purchased the house. And I'm telling you, I'm having a problem with my bill. Number two, I'm having a problem with my street. It is the filthiest street in North Miami Beach on 18th Place. The garbage and the apartments over there on the other side, you know, this side is residential, that side is apartments. And I would like for you all to do something towards us. We buy our home. We want to live there. Our children don't live here. My children live in Maryland, Jacksonville, Tennessee. That's where my grandchildren and children are. But I want to live on my street. It is filthy, day and night. The apartments, garbage is up and down, and I'm not going down, I'm getting old. I'm not going down there to bend down, pick up no garbage for no one. So please, I'm asking you all, write those apartment people, tell their people to do better.
What's the actual street? You said 18th Place. What's the street?
18th Place, I live at 16330 Northeast 18th Place. And I would oh Lord, it's a shame. I'm not going to bend down. When it's not dog mess, it's garbage. I'm not going to clean it up. I've been cleaning, I work to the hospital. Oh, I don't know if you all remember St. Francis Hospital. That's,
Yes.
and the one down here,
Yes, ma'am.
the one right down here, out there.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to work on the surgical ward. I do enough bending. I do enough work in this country. So I drew to a clean street. Thank you.
Thank you. No, she was just on the bell. Thank you. Next speaker. No, I just don't want a hospital.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the staff, and good evening for your love. My name is Marie Angie Valsin.
Can you speak a little more high on the mic? Thank you. Closer. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Marie Valsin. I'm living in 123rd Street, North Miami Beach, Florida. 33162. I've been living there for 26 years. But I get a little bit tired with my neighbors. The same problem she have, this is the problem that I have. They leave their spot and they put the garbage in my spot. So when the garbage is don't come, this not cover everything come to in my yard. Every morning I have to pick up garbage. And especially right now I'm in dialysis, I can do much for myself. I cannot even clean people's stuff. And then I remember couple years ago, the city come around. They put glass everywhere. Me, I didn't have chance to put for me, so I put they take a place to park their car. I don't really like it because to me, I know if I could leave my inside house clean, I have to keep outside clean because before people come to your house, they see the outside first. So please, if you could go over there or sign them a paper, tell them to park in the yard, to put their garbage in the yard. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Daniel Pierre, and then Dr. Jeanette Palmer. Mr. Pierre, excuse me.
Mr. Pierre. Hello, everybody. Good evening. So anyway, my name is Daniel Pierre. My address is 15240 Northeast 10th Court. So I've been coming here so many times. I think everybody know my address here. But for me, thank God waste. Every day, thank God waste. So far, I start from 151, 52, 53. The problem is every neighborhood now, they have a dog. They got the dog out of control. Day and night, you cannot even sleep. That's a big problem now. You cannot sleep at night. The kid have to go to school, dog, all the neighborhood. They don't care. But even, try to talk to them, sometimes don't even try. They fight you, they tell you they kill you, things like that. The police, this is not Miami Beach, so they got the right to get the dog, things like that. Please, send some men up there, the policemen, the court enforcement, do something. There's people, we don't deserve to live like that. We have to be peace. In your house at nighttime when you sleep, you have to sleep good. That's the reason we go up there, we choose, we vote the people to put the people here to work with us. So that means you sleep good. Me, I cannot sleep. Dog, people making noise. Something have to be done. So I cannot even to sell my house for the people who just come in. They don't even know, they don't even vote. Then they try to put me out. I've been working too hard for the city, do all the things for the city. Something have to be done. Something, I need help. I cannot move to go to Georgia now to sell my house. Now I cannot do that. Something, I know Commissioner Phyllis Smith, J.T. they hear me. All around, everybody hear me, do something. It cannot be like that. So I'm not coming back next time for the same thing. Please do something about that, because we don't deserve to live like that. We deserve to live in peace. Our city is supposed to be clean. Please, do something, okay? So I think I'm so happy. I see everybody's face looking good.
15 seconds.
So far, just thank you. Do the best for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Jeanette Parmer. I'm the owner of Med Rescue CPR Inc. We're located here at 909 North Miami Beach Boulevard. Can be reached at 954-515-6351. I wanted to introduce myself because I would love the opportunity to collaborate and partner with the city to provide CPR training, first aid training, emergency preparedness training for everyone here in the community. So according to American Heart Association, over 350,000 people die due to cardiac arrest, out of hospital cardiac arrest, right?
Yeah.
You never know when it's your last moment. It's very important that we all learn how to perform CPR. We all learn how to recognize the signs and symptoms of someone having a stroke or a heart attack. So I would love to collaborate with the city so I can provide more for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope that next year, ma'am, next year, I hope that you can be part of the Heart Health Walk. We do one every February, and we would love to have you participate.
I would love to. So who do I communicate with about doing that?
Right there, right behind you.
there.
Oh,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bring that beautiful daughter.
Ariel Vasquez, and then Whitney Padot.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Ariel Vasquez. I reside in 1270 Northeast 178th Street. I am Stronger NMB, and I want to let you guys know the things that we're doing in our city. We're out there getting petitions. We're 90% done. And we're out there because this is what the people wants. This is what the people needs. They need equal representation. And at the end of the day, let the people choose what they want. We would have been done with this, but we've been having a lot of oppositions. But at the end of the day, let the people choose what's best for them. So thank you very much. God bless you guys. We keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Whitney Padot. I live in Lazul Residence, 2145 Northeast 164th Street. I'd like to thank Mayor and Commission and staff for commending and executing and getting the job done for Washington Park. Soon in June 2026, hopefully construction will start. Speaking from the construction industry, I want to ask Commission and the Mayor and to see how many shovel-ready projects do you have? Because right now, yesterday's price is not today's price, and things are getting more expensive in the construction industry. And if you don't act now in the near future, things will get expensive. The second thing, as a Centennial Task Force member, our colleagues voted to not move forward with the gala. So I'm asking Commission and Mayor to, reconsider into a different idea and partnering with a nonprofit organization called Radical Partners. They do a table potluck, which we can get sponsorships from small business and restaurants to give catering foods to the neighborhood and invite all the neighbors. And you can do a long 100 feet table. I'm just putting that idea as a suggestion. And then the last and third thing I saw on the agenda, the 23-story mixed development. I have two questions. One question is, what will be the traffic impact once the development is complete, especially on 163rd Street? And then the second thing is, what is the community benefits that will be provided to the city of North Miami Beach once that impact of traffic increase within the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ketley Joachim.
Commissioner Chernoff, I may need a few more minutes to speak about Harbor Day. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, city leadership, and everyone here tonight. My name is Ketley Joachim, and I would love to talk to you about my concern tonight regarding the infrastructure impact of the 23-story high-rise. A project of over 300 units require a more robust parking strategy than the proposed 400 spaces. Historical data in our city shows that the underparking development lead directly to the degradation of public swales and increased neighborhood congestion. To align with the sensible development standard that this commission has championed, a more rigorous due diligence review of parking ratios is required before we move forward with this project. I would like to give you all a quick update on how wonderful our Arbor Day celebration turned out to be this year. On April 25th was very unique. 2 times the number of trees were given away. 200 native trees, Florida trees, Simpson stopper, paradise trees, crabwood, oysterwood, wild cinnamon. 200 fruit trees, starfruit, carambola, jack, fruit, soursop, money, sable. Phase 2 was at the public library. Phase 2 began on Monday on 4/27 at 10 a.m. The reason that we did phase 2 is because you have a lot of residents who are not able to come on Saturday to get these trees. So over the years, we have made sure to do phase 2 where they can walk inside the library and get the same amount of trees that anyone else would get. We wanted to make sure no one left behind. And all trees were available at the event were also the same one that were available at the library. 400 trees were offered. 28 were given away at the library, both fruit and native. So whatever we had that Saturday, everyone else was able to get. We had 31 remaining, and now they're dwindling down. So if anyone who's listening would like to adopt a tree, we do have some at the library. You can walk in and pick it up. We had 200 trees from the county, 200 from the city who were native. So we did everything humanly possible to make sure that everyone was included. Right now, the few that's left at the library, any
15
one of you
seconds.
who didn't make it, if you couldn't make it, you can still go to the library and pick up a few one. Next agenda is just that I wanted to thank each and single one of you. For city manager, thank you for making this a priority. For the Washington Park building.
Time, thank you.
Yesterday, we signed the contract, and it is a wonderful thing. I'm hoping each and single one of you come to the demolition and able to see what the great future we all see that's gonna happen in Washington Park. So thank you so much for everything. And one more thing I need to say, I know about Coach JP because I did talk to Andy about it a couple of years back because my nephew played in that soccer group. So definitely let's do everything we can because at that time, JP was not allowed to, and the group, the soccer group was not allowed to be in here. And I talked to Andy and some of the parents to see if we were able to find a spot for them at Allen Park. So they're doing a great job. And I'm a soccer mom, I'm a soccer grandma, and I'm a North Miami Beach soccer fan. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let's take this into consideration and do something for the kids.
Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Linda Joseph Noel.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I want to just piggyback on with my good friend Ariel Vasquez, the pastor, said. I do believe in strong NMB. I think we should allow people to make their own decision. This is
Speaker?
their city. They live here. If they believe they
Your name,
need.
please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, state your name for the record.
Linda Joseph Noel. Address is 17071 West Dixie Highway, 1516, and the great city of North Miami Beach, 33160. I go on? Oh, okay, I didn't know. So yes, I want to go back and piggyback on what my good friend Pastor Vasquez says, that we should allow people to do what they think is good. Our community is smart, they're educated, they know exactly what they need or what they want. Allow it to go. Allow them to pick what they want. The best government is the government that's closer to you, that's more responsive. So, second thing I want to say is that as I knock on doors and talk to residents, there is one commissioner that always come up. And it's always a delight when this commissioner come up. They smile, they talk. I mean, I've been to Washington Park, I've been to Allen Park, I've been to Skylake. This one commissioner, every time I mention her name, they mention her name, is always a smile. That is you, Commissioner Phyllis Smith. I have not yet got one complaint on this trail about you and how to commute. And I'm talking about everyone. I'm talking about young, old, Haitian, Mexican, Jewish, everyone. If they have some compliment, it's always to you. I want to say that. Second of all, I also want to say is that the petition is what the people is asked for. If they don't want it, they won't sign it. And that's it. And second, I also want to thank Commissioner Daniela. That young lady that just walked up here, that is a doctor that lives in our city. She came from your project that you did for the small business. That's why I compliment you. That is what's real government look like. That's giving back to the community. And because you did that, she came in today. And so someone else gonna see her and use her service. But thank you for that small business. I thought it was a delight. It was standing room only. People was there, young, old. So kudos to you for that. And keep putting things on like that. And have a good evening.
Next speaker.
Mara Hawk and then Lorenzo Hall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and city staff. I will speak again about what is keep concerning me, the septic to sewer. My name is Mara Hawk, and I am a resident of this city. I am speaking here tonight about the proposed septic to sewer conversion because many residents do not see this as a progress. We see it as a costly burden being placed on the homeowners without enough protection or justification. Many families already have working septic systems that are paid for and affordable. This proposal could force residents to pay large hookup costs plus monthly sewer bills that may be 2 or 3 times higher than what we pay now. For working families, retirees, and long-time residents, that is simple, not sustainable. Many of us are concerned about what is really driving this proposal. Expanding sewer access make it easier for larger high-density developments to move forward, while residents are asked to carry the financial burden. Developers appear to receive the greatest benefits. This is also concerned about gentrification and displacement. In many communities, infrastructure expansion has led to raising property values, higher taxes, and pressure that push long-time residents out of their own neighborhood. People are afraid that could happen here too. This is not about opposing growth or improvement. It is about protecting residents and making sure change is fair and responsible. Before moving forward, this city should provide clear warranties on affordability, transparency, and protection against overdevelopment. I respectfully ask the commission to put residents first and carefully consider the long-term impact this proposal will have in our community. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Lorenzo Hall.
Hello, my name is Lorenzo Hall. I stay at 1581 Northeast 151st Terrace, North Miami Beach, Florida. On behalf of the Voters Council, we would like to say thank you for the contract signing. I think it really made a difference. I feel like the residents, along with the organization, is really going to see this coming through. Also, I just like to say thank you to also with the city clerk. She's been working as far as making sure that the voting by the building being whatever, not being able to be used. So I just want to thank her and make sure that she's keeping us up to date. And I also will be remiss if I do not congratulate our new director of Parks and Rec, Ian Forrest. And of course, our assistant city manager, Andrew Plockins. And of course, to the city manager, one thing I would like to, and I spoke to you about that, we have had many city managers, but I see that you see that we have a lot of institutional knowledge, and that's like the first time where a lot of promotions took place within the city and not going out bringing people to the city. So I just like to say thank you on that behalf. Also, I want to thank everyone who also attended the contract signing. It really meant a lot to the residents that was there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Next speaker.
Hi, Star Breedlove. Just want to follow up with what Lorenzo Hall said. I want to thank everyone for yesterday. That was such an impact. The next thing I would want to know, though, and I know Commissioner Daniela Jean had mentioned it previously about us having updates. So that way we can make sure we know what's going on with the project for Washington.
No, we have an update this evening, Miss.
Oh, but if we can get that like consistently, so we can just know, so we can provide it to the community, and that way, we can keep the hope alive. And yes, Ms. Andrews, thank you, but if we can find out what's going on too with the...
I'm on it.
Oh, thank you. All right, have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
David Zapin and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
David Zapin, 971 Northeast 158th Street, North Miami Beach. Some of you know my father, the amazing Ronald. Wow. Here in North Miami Beach, we have, or at least are risking an identity crisis. And it's not just that I was offered a petition, part of which was to reverse term limits. I've suggested alternate names for North Miami Beach. Some days, Bricks Without Straw comes to mind. Recently, Children Beg Here has been an option. And of course, my favorite, air conditioning optional. Because do we have any cooling centers on Sundays when the libraries are closed? I'm not aware of any. They're supposed to go to Aventura. How? And of course, this being, as we approach summer, we have to watch out for mosquito vectors of diseases such as West Nile disease. If I was literally grandfathered here to North Miami Beach, if Dennis Prager, I think of as my wayward uncle, if he wanted to come here what would he do? He doesn't have a master's degree, so he cannot teach at the Allison Academy. He's, unlike me, he's never had a teaching license, so one of the other schools. Could he do anything at the library? I doubt it. I say that because how many people, they have knowledge, experience, but whether they're the younger boomers or older Gen Xers, what do you do with all that knowledge? I mean, do we have a rent-a-person program like in parts of Scandinavia? Because we are, the COVID-19 chaos cost us, what, 1 million unfinished and often unwritten biographies? What do we have? I mean, our cultural events, love them, great, but we have lost, we are losing institutional knowledge. And that's scary and sad, and, I'm only two people, as the cliche goes. So I know we're all going to be busy, belated Happy Mother's Day, early Happy Father's Day. But I just lost my mother a week before Mother's Day, and just one more reminder, that institutional memory matters. Blessed be.
Thank you, sir, for your loss. Next speaker.
Did you want to call me? Good evening, everybody. Barbara Kramer. I'm next, right? Just want to make sure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Barbara Kramer. I'm president of Wake Up NMB, a 501c4 nonprofit organization shining the light in North Miami Beach on local government for almost 4 years now. For residents here at home listening, we would ask any resident to read the entire petition that Stronger NMB is backing before signing it. I call this petition the division petition. The petition seeks to create 6 fiefdoms, 6 little kingdoms. Why would a city with 5 square miles want to be divided when we are one community? We should be able to vote for every candidate to become a commissioner. All 7 elected officials vote for millions in spending on infrastructure, transportation, our police department, selecting charter officers, development, our water utility, sanitation, and so much more. If I don't find any of the candidates qualified that are running in my district, what then? Not only is this division petition about separating our community, but it also seeks to restart term limits. So all candidates that are up in 2028, which have already served their total 2 4-year terms, can run again when we already voted in 2016 for term limits. And now one of the candidates behind this petition wants to undo that. I would also question the money behind this petition. It takes a lot of money to hire professional canvassers in uniform, print flyers and mail them, and print door hangers and send text to our phones. This is not a community-driven petition. And if it is, their political action committee needs to turn in their contribution paperwork to the state of Florida because it's past due. We want to see who is really backing this petition. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dayanara Torres.
Hi, I'm Dayanara Torres, 1879 Northeast 182nd Street, North Miami Beach. Thank you to all of you. Thank you tonight because I want to say something that I have not said for a while, but I am going to say it tonight. When I came from New York City 22 years ago, I understood. Better yet, I found out quickly that staying engaged in our community, even when we may have different perspectives, it's important. Leaders who make leaders share the same goal. And NMB, I found out that time, we're not weak. Heck no, we're not weak. This city is a city of unity. At least it was at that time when I came. And I believe in collaboration, transparency, and communication. It's how we move forward together. Our residents deserve leadership that listens, responds, and works with compassion. Our diversity is our strength, and our unity is our power. We may not always agree on the process, but we can agree that our community deserves respect and solutions. Not just the little prints and just the fine prints, the large prints, it's a whole print. Educating our residents is important, especially when in this residency, we have people who speak different languages, okay? We need to educate everybody as a whole. A city becomes stronger when we invest in people, not division. So tonight, and I see that all of you are doing such a great job. I went to see Lin Su, Commissioner Lin Su. Thank you for that. There was so much diversity in there. It was amazing. Commissioner Jean, you know how I feel about everything that you've been doing lately and before, and I love it. We need to keep on with this. Commissioner Smuckler, all of you, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, City Manager, everybody, Commissioner Jay, we are all doing something. We shouldn't have division in our city. We shouldn't. Our ethnicities, our cultures is what brings us together in the city. It's what brought me here 22-something years ago. It's what my children went through when they went to Parks and Rec. They're Parks and Rec babies. One of them is 30 years old today. I have 2 grandchildren. 2 grandchildren. Heck, I don't know if you know this, but there was a college in North Miami Beach. I went to college for public administration in North Miami Beach. Division is not who we are. We need unity, we need leadership, and we need solutions. And I'm counting on all of us to do this from now on. Let's keep on with the ethnicity, the culture, the diversity that we need, because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. Mr. City Manager, I want to thank you for the blinds. 2 managers, 1 interim city manager, they couldn't get the job done. You came in a month, 2 months, you get the job done. Thank you very much. Says a lot. When you can take care of the small things, you can take care of the big things. In 2024, Mayor Piper came into office, and we had more than $18 million in unrestricted reserves. In December 2024, Mayor Michael Joseph, you took over. In that month, you lost $5 million. $5 million. Why? How we know? The ARPA fund, we have to return, according to what I've heard from last meeting, Mubarak Azan. What I heard from last meeting to now, ARPA fund, we have to return $5 million to the Treasury. And this have to be open. It can't be hidden and ducked under the table. I knew two staff members got let go because they supposedly took less than $300 from the federal fund, and they had to go. So we can't duck $5 million. And today, we have to return that money, and today, we're $20 million in the hole. So from 18 to $20 million unrestricted reserve, and we down $20 million into the hole. That's $38 million you dropped us in 1 year, 6 months. Less than 1 year, 6 months, we're in the hole. A senior resident told me this afternoon, I asked her, what would you like me to tell Mayor Joseph? She says, to be honest and to be wise. That is what she says. And that came from my mom.
Tell Mrs. Kazan thank you.
I will. Money for educating people, for the garbage. There's a lot of complaint. The guy who got the contract, he got almost $60 million in about 4 years. And some of that money should be coming back to educating the people how to dispose of their garbage. That is not happening. And the 25-story building that is coming up, they have 400 parking spots, and they're adding 30 more units, same 400 parking spots. That is inadequate parking. And what did they do for the last 4 years with that property? We give them permission to go and build, and they're coming back. They want 2 more stories higher. What is it going on there? Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, no more speakers are coming forward.
Seeing public comment is closed. Next is announcements.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Commissioners, and Vice Mayor. Giving honor to our illustrious City Manager, our residents and staff. It's good to be here. My name is Greg Williams. I'm the Chief Communication Officer of the great city of North Miami Beach. We have a plethora of announcements for you, so stand by. But before we give you those announcements, there is one particular flyer didn't make the cut. So we want to share with you our summer reading kickoff event. It will be happening on June 6th at our amazing library from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Read more, discover more, and do more at our amazing library. It is one of the best in the country. At this time, one of our staff members, our interim manager of communication, none other than Ms. Jasmine Joseph, will give you the announcements. Thank you very much.
Good evening, North Miami Beach. The months ahead are filled with opportunities to connect, celebrate, and stay involved. From community events to key city updates, here's a look at what's upcoming as we continue our centennial year and strengthen engagement across our community. The City of North Miami Beach, in partnership with Farm Share and Miami-Dade County, invites residents to the Farm Share Food Drive on Thursday, May 21st from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Food distribution will be available while supplies last on first-come, first-served basis, and walk-ups are welcome. On Friday, May 22nd, the Parks and Recreation Department will host a senior luncheon from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Residents may register through the Parks and Recreation main office. On Sunday, May 24th, the UMC Mobile Health Clinic will provide free medical services at the Ulita Community Center. From 12:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., services will include primary care, pediatrics, mental health support, blood pressure, and diabetes screenings. For more information, contact the number below. No insurance or appointments are required. Also on Sunday, May 24th, the Mayor and Commission and the NMB Multicultural Committee invite residents to Jewish American Heritage Movie Day, featuring The Prince of Egypt. The event will take place from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Littman Theater and will include games, bounce houses, family activities, and free kosher snacks. The City of North Miami Beach Memorial Day service on Monday, May 25th at 10 a.m. will take place at Corporal Howard B. Henson Park for fallen war heroes. The ceremony will honor the men and women who have served and continue to preserve our nation's freedom. The City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission, in partnership with the North Miami Beach Police Department, invite residents and members of the public to attend the upcoming on-site DMV visit on Thursday, May 28th from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater. Appointments are required. The city encourages residents to take advantage of this access and convenient opportunity to complete DMV services locally. On Thursday, May 28th, the City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission will host the Ulita Safety Family First Town Hall at 6 p.m. at the Ulita Community Center. Hosted by Commissioner Phyllis Smith, the town hall will feature discussions on safety, traffic, trash, water concerns, and hurricane preparedness with special guests City Manager Darvin Williams and Chief Juan Pinillos. On Saturday, May 30th, Commissioner Daniela Jean, alongside the Mayor and Commission, invite the community to attend the Community Tea Party, starting at 9:30 a.m. at the Ronald A. Silver Youth Enrichment Service Center. Residents are encouraged to wear their favorite hat and enjoy a day focused on community, culture, and connection. Looking ahead to June, the City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission invite residents to attend the Centennial Edition Neighborhood Family Block Party, taking place on Saturday, June 6th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Ulita Community Center. This free, family-friendly community celebration will feature food, entertainment, music, activities, and opportunities for neighbors to come together as a part of the city's Centennial celebration. Also, on June 6th, the UMC Mobile Health Clinic will provide free medical services at the Allen Park Community Center from 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Services will include primary care, health support, and so much more. No insurance or appointments are required. The City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission will host the Juneteenth Breakfast Experience on Friday, June 19th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. For additional information, residents may contact the City Manager's office. Later that evening, residents are invited to the Haiti versus Brazil watch party from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon Athletic Field. The event will feature a live watch screening, food trucks, music and entertainment, family-friendly activities, and community engagement booths. Snag your tickets now as the early bird tickets close June 7th. The Parks and Recreation Department will host another senior luncheon on Friday, June 26th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. Residents may register through the Parks and Recreation main office. As the city looks ahead, it's all a part of our centennial celebration and continued investment in keeping our community connected and informed. For more information on these events and other city initiatives, visit the City of North Miami Beach website or follow us at City NMB on social media. Stay connected, stay informed, and continue celebrating 100 years of North Miami Beach.
Thank you. Next is City Commissioner reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's having a nice night. Again, it's the start of summer. I would implore everybody who doesn't know how to swim to come to Victory Park Pool and learn how to swim. That includes adults and children. So if you've been waiting for the opportunity, please come. It'll be quiet and you'll get not private, but semi-private lessons, and you would be the best thing you could do for this summer. Okay. Memorial Day is coming this Monday. Please come at 10 a.m. at the Corporal Hinson Park, and we should have all 7 of us there, and we look forward to everybody being there. All right, Washington Park, congratulations on the signing of the contract to build the new facility. Thank you, everybody, for making it happen. This is a wonderful thing, and we're very excited about that. The Asian Festival over the last weekend was a very successful event. Thank you, Lynn, for pushing it. You had double the population that you did the year before, and the next year should have triple it. So hopefully that's going to happen. I look forward to attending the Jewish American Heritage Movie Day this Sunday, so please join us. And Farm Share is May 21st. Please join us for that. That's at the Victory Pool. There's no requirement on residency to attend, so anybody who wants to come can come. If you need food, don't be ashamed. You drive through and nobody even sees you out of the car. All right, we have a petition going around. If you see this shirt, okay, they are going around to get you to sign a petition to stop HB, 1451, which gives the 52, 51, 51. Okay, and it's to give the governor wants to have more control of our water department. So please, residents, sign against it. That's what we're looking for. If you see this shirt, this is a representative of the city who's asking the petition to be signed. Wish everybody, oh, one more thing. On June 4th, 11th, and 25th at 6:30, I will be having my community meetings again, so please join me. They're free to all. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for being here tonight. I said I was going to start my comments with our great attorney and asking you for an update, but obviously we're able to get a great outcome before the meeting, so I'm thankful for that, and to the city manager's office as well. So I have some questions, Mr. Manager. I guess I'll shift the attention to you now. I know yesterday there was mention of the notice to proceed or permitting, and also, can you give us any updates on pre-construction meetings and master schedule and a timeline? Because I know when we had the first demolition, fake demolition with the foam blocks, we also had gotten a graphic that had all the timeline. And so when I looked at that graphic, it puts us about 4 months behind, right? So I wanted to kind of hear from you about the notice to proceed permit and also any pre-construction pre-meeting that would be scheduled.
Yes, through the mayor to Commissioner Jean, thank you for that. We have already hit the ground running. I had a meeting today with our building official and over our building and permitting department. Our target right now to get us to minimize that schedule is we're working on a demolition permit. So that's our first goal. Once we can close in on that goal and bridge that gap, we will be able to reconstruct or redevelop the construction schedule, which covers 18 months. And as you heard yesterday, the developer actually believes that he can get it done in 14 months. So once we get them their permit, that's the only thing that they need from us, the city, to adjust these timelines. We will publish the adjusted timelines both to the mayor and commission and to the residents.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
And from the city side, who's handling CIP for this particular project?
That would be Public Works, and Gregory Christian will be taking the lead on that.
Thank you. Also, this is for you as well with heat safety. I know the temperatures are very hot for the workers who are working outdoors. What plans do we have for heat safety for our workers?
Yes, Public Works is working on a water mitigation plan, which will either have a potable truck or bottled water, whichever is the lesser, more expensive, and more convenient for the city, available to our workers at site.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to take the time to thank all of my colleagues and everyone here who participated in the Small Business Expo. It was very successful. Everyone left happy. So Commissioner Smith and Vice Mayor Flourmont were impromptu panelists and did a great job. So thank you also for Commissioner Linsu, who showed up and supported. So I want to thank you all for being part of our small business celebration. I guess I'll also direct this to the manager, ARPA. I've been talking about ARPA for a long time. And I know with budget season approaching, there's a lot of narratives out there about our budget, and I think that it's very prudent for us as a commission to get those details first, maybe memos, more numbers. That way we are able to kind of speak to the public of these updates that we have. Because when you make an update and we don't have any stats or any numbers, it's kind of hard for us to really fall in line with what's happening with the city's finances. So I would definitely say, especially as we approach budget season, to give us some, usually managers go and do, they speak to us individually and ask us what are our priorities. So I would definitely encourage that. I also believe that with the budget season approaching, if we are in a $20 million deficit, then we have to have some freezes with events. I know a lot of the events that I try to bring forth, I try to get a lot of sponsorships. So if we're in a $20 million deficit, as you stated, why are we having a $200,000 party for Centennial? I know one of the residents mentioned a sponsorship package, and we have to, our story has to be able to have some kind of synergy. So if we're in a deficit, then we have to have a freeze. Or if we still want to have the events, then we have to have sponsors. So it has to be something to try to mitigate those conversations. Because if we're $20 million in the hole, then everything stops, right? So I think that narrative has to be tweaked with a little bit more detail, and I think that would be great. With that said, I wanted to highlight also NACA. I think I sent you an email about the housing. So we're looking to do more housing workshops. So we're hoping that our new economic development director, who's here tonight, we had a lot of promotions, but a lot of the promotions we're seeing online. So I think it was, it's fair if you send us a memo to let us know, hey, these are the new changes that are happening in the city. I found out a lot about the updates, and congratulations to everyone that has been promoted through Instagram. So it would be good to kind of give us a memo that kind of gives us, a heads up on these great promotions. I know Ms. Morris got a promotion. There's different changes, Mr. Williams. So it's good for us to have that information. But I'm looking forward to a great meeting and also great celebrations for all the cultural celebrations that we've had all month long. So kudos to the Asian Festival. That was amazing. I was able to attend on Sunday, well attended. And again, when we have these events, if we can really hone in on sponsorship packages, we have a lot of partners that want to give to the city versus us going into our general fund for $200,000, $300,000 and more. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Well, we can't go backwards, but if you didn't go to the Asian Festival for the 2 days, you really missed it. There was unbelievable entertainment, unbelievable booths with food, unbelievable just interacting with each other. The little girl that was 4 years old with the umbrella dancing around, you missed it. Okay, if you didn't go to the small business seminar that we had that was just one day, the booths were so many, it was so tight. The panel was past professional football players. If you didn't go, you missed it. Can't go backwards. So pay attention to our social media. Pay attention to what we have going for us and attend. I thank every person that comes, because if you don't attend, we're not going to do it. And if you do attend, you're going to have the best time, a wonderful couple hours of your life. So now coming up, going forward, we have the movie. It's for the Jewish community, but you know what? Guess what? You don't have to be Jewish to attend. Come and enjoy the movie. It's a few hours in the air conditioning on hot summer days. The senior lunches are packed now. There's not an empty seat. The senior lunches are so much fun. These people that have attended have become really friends. And you have an opportunity Friday, but you must sign up. Once it's capacity, it's sold out. So if you listen to all of the things that are coming ahead, all the things that you have an opportunity to enjoy, if you don't go, guess what? You missed it. Now, I want to bring up something else that's very important. If you can, if you're home, if you're here, pay attention for 1 second. Guess what happened in North Miami Beach? We decided, how could we take all the residents and confuse them? So what we did is we have somebody knocking on doors to sign a petition that you need to read every word so you know what you're signing. And I have seen some door cameras that what they're saying to get you to sign isn't true. And I know for a fact it isn't true, because when the mayor moved into North Miami Beach, he remodeled his house before he moved in. How do you know that? Because you shared it. That was when you shared more of your life. But you shared it. Well, then you missed it. You missed it. But I know for a fact that he lives here. I know for a fact that he's lived here for years and years. I think before he had his first child. And you know what? When people are knocking on the doors and telling you, we have to get the mayor to live in North Miami Beach, you have to sign. It's not true. It's not true. If you want to sign, I'm not telling you to sign or not to sign. That's up to you. You get that right. But please read it. Please know what you're signing. Now, how did it get confusing? That's simple. Well, what Commissioner Chernoff brought up is a petition that is so important to you, to your pocketbook. This is a petition that the city staff is asking people to sign so that the water that they want to pass, the changing of the water income in Tallahassee, they want to make sure that the public tells the governor to veto it. If it's not vetoed, that's where it comes out of your pocket. Now that's where it's going to cost you. So, again, we didn't mean to confuse everybody. Two petitions at the same time. What I am asking you, the petition that says, Governor, veto this bill, please, if they come to your door, sign it. The petition that says that they want to have several things, don't be fooled, because it is not just to have that you are going to have districting, but you're also going to start all over with term limits. Yes, I started all over. Guess what? I sat out 2 years. That's perfectly what we want you to do. And actually, the people put me back in. So I'm just asking you to pay attention. It is confusing, but not to us. We've got this. We've got this. We know what we're doing. I want to say one thing about Washington Park. I have to tell you, I was here when Washington Park was fighting for that pool, well-deserved. What that community has given to North Miami Beach, we could never pay back. That was the community that built North Miami Beach. And their facilities were falling apart. And so the county started it, 20, 30 years ago, that they're going to refurbish, and all of a sudden the county didn't have money. And back then it was, I don't know what it was, 7,000, 8,000, 7 million, 8 million. Okay, it doesn't matter the cost now. The cost is it had to be done, and a bond was issued. What a privilege to be there last night, not just to see the signing, that the contract is signed, it's being built, but to meet the builders, to hear the man say, I have never, in all my projects, I have never come later than the date that it was due. To hear him say, I have never seen a community more enthusiastic, it was a privilege. It was a privilege. And now guess what? We're going to all be here, put on our bathing suits and go in that pool. We're going to all be here and get to enjoy the fruits of years of hard work. And I'll tell you, the Voters' Council didn't give up, and they're still not giving up. And that's the backbone that holds us up. That's what holds us up. So there's a lot we could say. We could say thank you for everyone, for your good wishes, for my husband and myself, for our health. We're as strong as can be, fighting like heck to stay strong as can be, and I'm doing it. I'm just saying to you, enjoy every day. Look at what we have. There's a lot of responsibility here in these PACs, a lot of responsibility. Pay attention to it and then call me if you have something that you want me to change or correct or think about. And I am more than happy to discuss it with you. I wish you all a safe summer. And Jay Chernoff, you took away my most important thing I always say for the summer. You must know how to swim. You must know how to swim. You cannot live in the water where there's water everywhere and you don't know how to swim. You owe it to your family. You owe it to your family. So We have a swimming pool and we give lessons for free, and if they start to charge you, you call me. Because we are going to make sure everybody learns how to swim. Be blessed. Have a safe, wonderful summer. Make lots of happy memories for you and your family.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Thank you. So I want to start by saying that last month when I was vice mayor and the month before that, on both months on separate occasions, I inquired whether the mayor should be giving me the gavel. And some people in the audience seemed to think that I wanted to take the gavel away from him. And no, I didn't want to take the gavel. I don't need a gavel. If I want a gavel, I can buy one myself. But the reason I was trying to take the gavel is because I believed that when we're discussing, I'm not, I'm only pointing out the mayor. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just pointing it out because he's the mayor and I was the vice mayor at the time. And I did go to Robert's Rules, and it says, yes, the mayor should pass the gavel to the vice mayor if the discussion item directly affects the mayor or if they wish to actively debate the issue. Under Robert's Rules of Orders, a presiding officer must maintain strict neutrality during a meeting. When the mayor must pass the gavel, personal or financial conflict. If the discussion involves a motion that signals out the mayor, such as a censure, a promotion, or a personal financial interest, the mayor must step down and turn the chair over to the vice mayor. So, no, I was not trying to take the gavel away from him. I was just trying to do what we should be doing, which is following Robert's rules. Now to other things. So thank you so much, Parks and Recs, for making the Multicultural Committee look amazing for the Haitian Heritage Campu, did I say that right? Campa. So much fun, making us look good. You, Parks and Rec, like always, you do such a wonderful job, and thank you to my Multicultural Committee for being part of it. Also, thank you to Parks and Recs for making the Commission on the Status of Women look good for the wonderful Mother's Day breakfast. Thank you, Parks and Rec, for doing such a great job, and thank you for the Commission on the Status of Women for making the experience so good. On May 24th, we will be celebrating Jewish American History Month, and the food is kosher, 100% kosher, so no one has to worry that none of the kosher laws have been followed. I also want to say that as we celebrate Memorial Day, let us not forget those who died to give us the freedom we have, and the freedom to be right here and speak, right, and to allow the audience come and speak about any of us, all of us. You know, when someone comes up and says that they would have done the petition a little bit quicker, but they had opposition, like, that's great to have opposition. Opposition means that we're living in a free country, and opposition means that, you know, maybe you're not doing the right thing and people are opposing you. You know, I actually, the community is smart and educated, but the community is also being lied to by such petition. And I'm actually taking offense to this petition because they're trying to imply that, and I'm only going to speak for myself, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the commission, right? And I know that this petition is not about me, it's about the 7 of us, but I'm talking and I'm the one who feels this. you know, they're trying to imply that we don't return phone calls, that we don't return emails, that we don't do anything for any part of the community that isn't where we live. And that's not true in my case. And maybe I don't return every phone call, and maybe I don't return every email, but I think I have a really good track record, you know, maybe 98%, 99%. And you know, for someone to say that they want a petition because the community feels left out and because it's not fair and so on and so forth, I get very offended by that, because you know what, I work hard. I've been here 8 years now, and I take time away from my family. I was in Taiwan on vacation, and Kazan, did you speak to me when I was in Taiwan? You knew I was in Taiwan because I told you. Okay, so even in Taiwan, I have to answer Kazan's calls. Okay, I responded to text. I didn't even tell people I was away. I just responded to emails. I responded to text. So anyways, you know, the petition, the one petition I'm going to talk about, because I'm going to talk about both. The one petition that is actually, and I liked how former Commissioner Kramer called it the division petition, sorry. It is divisive. So, you know, and I think I'm just gonna sit here for the next 6 months and read this over and over again, okay? Eastern Shores, or the East Side, does not have 4 commissioners. We have 2 commissioners in Eastern Shores and 1 in Western Eastern Shores. 2 + 1 = 3. Okay. I am termed out. Commissioner Smith, who is from Eastern Shores, is up for re-election. When I am termed out, that leaves 3 - 1, 2 on the East Side. How many are on the West Side? The side that's claiming that's not being taken care of? 4. All right? But that petition is going around giving misinformation, saying that the West Side is not being taken care of because the majority lives on the East Side. But the majority lives on the West Side. And yes, they are going around, because I heard it and saw it with my ears and with my eyes. I saw the video where it says the mayor does not live in North Miami Beach. If that's true, then you should step down. Someone is lying. I don't think it's you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's the people who are passing around the petition. Commissioner Smith, you can be my chorus line. I live in Eastern Shores. I don't have underground electricity. Commissioner Smith, do you have underground electricity? I do not. Okay. I don't have sidewalks. Do you have sidewalks? No. Oh, okay. I have cable lines falling around me. Do you have cable lines when you go walking around you sometimes? Low cable lines? I don't know if you've been walking lately, but there's low cable lines that short people like me can reach. I don't have a community center. Do you have a community center, Commissioner Smith? I do not. Oh, okay, in Eastern Shores, okay. You don't have a pool either in your house? Oh, okay, so, okay, all right. And our park is smaller than this room. It is smaller. Last time I said it was about the size, but I went back with my grandsons, and I believe, yeah, it is smaller. So, I'm not going to talk about this anymore because I don't want to extend the meeting much longer. It's 8:40. Just remember. Oh well, I do want to talk about the other petition. Sorry. Just remember when anybody gives you anything to sign, always read it, right? And don't sign something unless you know for a fact that it's true. Ask questions. Ask them to come back. ask questions. I had someone call me, actually message me, that they were given misinformation. I told them the truth, and they will not be signing your petition. Now, there is another petition, which is, I mistakenly thought it was 1452, but it's 1451, that is going around by the city of North Miami Beach. It is really important that that one is signed. This is not a political statement. This has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat or term limits, which, by the way, that petition with term limits is coincidentally benefiting 3 commissioners. This 1451 petition, please sign it. This is to benefit you, not to benefit anyone else other than you, your family, your neighbors. I ask that you sign it. Thank you to the police department for always taking care of us, our residents, our neighbors, our friends, our family, our visitors, our businesses, and our city hall.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Residents, thank you all for coming to the event, listening at home, and also good evening to all my colleagues on the dais. Over the past several weeks, North Miami Beach has continued to showcase the strength and energy that makes our city unique. Our second annual NMB Asian Night Market brought close to 4,000 people to our city. We're hoping to make this a destination city and not a pass-through city, proving once again that North Miami Beach can be the Asian hub of Miami-Dade County. This year, we focus on bringing more NMB-based businesses directly in front of consumers. One standout performance came from the Kenshinjuku, that's a karate school, where they brought all their students to perform on stage, which was wonderful. They're located right here in Dixie Highway in our very own city. Highlighting the talents and business that we have here. What's funny is I think the headmaster only speaks Spanish, so he doesn't even speak English, and he's a karate master, which is awesome. We also celebrated Haitian Heritage Month with a major Compa Fest at Granolds Park. I got to buy my mushrooms. I'm super happy. They're not hallucinating type. They are the ones that you make in the rice. That united efforts of multiple departments in one large community event. Listen, it was the library. I got a chance to read I think it's an English Creole book to the children in the library van, which was a lot of fun. The kids are great. They're all fighting me to read the books. So it's a great reflection of our culture and diversity, and that defines our city greatly. So congratulations to Commissioner Jean for another successful Small Business Expo. We hope to see that continue to succeed year after year and become a staple of North Miami Beach. Of course, like let's not miss the Jewish Heritage Month. Let's go celebrate it together with all the kosher food that we have prepared. I want to remind residents that at the next UMC free clinic is May 24th in Ulita. So, of course, it's free, no insurance required. This is very crucial. I think sometimes we avoid going to see the doctors because we're worried about the expense is gonna, hit our pocketbooks. So this is completely free. If you needed any medication, they will prescribe it and give it to you for free. If they don't have it, they'll ask you to come to their clinic in Miami Gardens and give it to you for free. So, I also just completed the National League of Cities Local Solutions to Ending Homelessness program. I helped connect, so with that, as a result, I helped connect the Chapman Partnership with the UMC Free Clinic to explore ways how we can better coordinate outreach, healthcare access, and supportive services for vulnerable individuals in our community. I'm also bringing in some warm, hot meals that we can provide, seeing that we are coming up to the summer. There are going to be a lot of children who are not going to get food from school. So having these hot meals, I'm working with a local church so we could see how we can support our community that way. I'm also honored to share that I have been recently appointed as the National League of Cities Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, where I will help advocate for federal resources and policies that can benefit cities like North Miami Beach, especially regarding utilities and infrastructure. Now, before I move on to the end, I just wanted to address some of the parents that came out today about the soccer program. I do think that I am not able to bring this back for a reconsideration, but I really would like to urge my colleagues that I would love for you to reconsider that $52,000. If we can give residents a ticket or a voucher for them to attend their preferred football club or school, that would soccer club or soccer school, I think it would be an equitable way that we are treating vendors in our city. We have somebody who comes in and wants to establish something, and I appreciate their initiative. I know that they have been successful elsewhere, and yet it's next door, right? It's in North Miami. We don't have to replicate the same thing here. What if we have Coach JP doing a wonderful job creating community within a community using sports, bringing parents together? Like, this is amazing what he is doing, and yet there's no subsidy for that. There is nothing for him, and plus he may get pushed. I don't know, this is the fact, but I know that they were talking about now that they're only using the option of Friday at Allen Park. I think I need to discuss this further with our new parks director to see, like, are they being pushed out of their location and training and, you know, their soccer schools. But I do urge my colleagues, I know this passed like 5-2. A lot of you can, you know, if you want to reconsider that vote, I would really encourage you, and I think that the parents would also thank you as well.
I did all that.
Thank you. But unfortunately, we're in the...
Fortunately, I can't vote for it, but I did all that.
Okay, before we go there.
You can always remember that the money is not taxpayers' money, is donations, but you can always bifurcate or from the remaining funds to that organization. There are more funds.
I understand. No, what I'm
It can
saying...
be earmarked for it.
Are you saying that the $52,000 was donation fund?
Yes.
Yes.
For 70 for youth sports?
Yes, it was. It was
Okay.
But they should spread it. It should be
Yeah.
spread.
Well, ooh. Okay.
Commissioner, if I could have 1 second of the time and through the mayor, I would like the manager to get with Mr. Fors and see what you can do financially. We didn't know about the other soccer team. That whole thing came to light. The man that is bringing his soccer, which has to be a North Miami Beach resident, this has been working for 3 years. This just didn't happen. So if you could please get with Mr. Fors, see what we can do to help him not just have the field, but also what can we do financially to help his program? Well, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so in my closing, transparency, accountability, and long-term planning remain critical for our city. At our last meeting, the city manager reported a projected $21 million shortfall. And because of that, my decisions moving forward will continue prioritizing fiscal responsibility and protecting the long-term financial stability of North Miami Beach. As we approach Memorial Day, let us remember the men and women who gave their lives in service of our country. Their sacrifice is the reason we enjoy the freedoms and opportunities we have today. And we honor them through service, gratitude, and unity. And I hope to see you all at our Memorial Day service Monday morning. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just want to say that we look forward to honoring those who have served during this Memorial Day upcoming. and also for all the great events that have taken place over the past couple of weeks. I want to thank city staff, thank all of our residents, and all of the commissioners that have put their minds together to have those events. So I did participate in the Small Business Expo, which I believe is the 5th one. And so I think it's super important. You know, when you do these events, it's similar to the Heart Walk. You know, some of them last, some of them don't. But to have an event for 5 years and to have the consistent support and people show up, I think says a lot to the need of our community. But one of the things I think that's super important is for us to get the information on the different businesses in our community and their trajectory and what they're going through and what their needs are. Because we've had certain businesses in this community that were here for a while that we've either lost because they've moved over to another municipality or because they have just shut down, right? And I can talk about 2 of them that are in the food service space. So you have Macion, Griot and Fish that was here off of 163rd, I believe, and about 10th Avenue. And for 15 plus years, he was in that same location. And for a good reason, he moved. He moved because he was able to get the support of a CRA in our sister city. And they expanded their restaurant and their offering. So I'm very happy for them. And I'm very happy that that happened for them. But, you know, when I see something like that, I say to myself, what can we do to make sure that our businesses can expand? What can we do to make sure that our businesses stay right here within the city of North Miami Beach and receive the resources necessary for them to continue to succeed. Another business, Fat Boys Wings and Things, which has been here for almost 10 years, and he's a North Miami Beach Senior High School graduate. He is an involved member of our community who opened not only a restaurant but a barbershop. And my understanding is that his business is either closed or temporarily closed. And so I'd like to find out what we can do for a business like that to see if there's anything that our CRA or from economic development that we can do to support and see a business like that remain in North Miami Beach, because these businesses are providing jobs, they're providing opportunities, and these are homegrown residents of our city that started businesses within our city. So we need to definitely, Mr. Manager, look into at least Fat Boys, because Macion's already been performing well in their new location. They're very happy where they're at, but at least with the other restaurant, and as well look at other businesses in our community and see how we can be of assistance to keep them around. And aside from that, I just want to say that I look forward to an expedient meeting. Oh, one more thing. I noticed that when it comes to the soccer event that we're having here, that there's a price to it. Now, I'm not sure what other municipalities are doing, but if there's a way we can look at making that free to our residents, because, you know, I think part of being family friendly is being affordable, right? And so, you know, it's the field. People are coming with their own chairs and they're sitting, and I'm assuming that whatever food trucks are there, it's going to be food for purchase, correct? Mm-hmm. So the $25 is specifically for entry, nothing else.
Yes. Well, there'll be some games and through the mayor to Commissioner Flourmont, there will be some other items there for them. There'll be games, there'll be bounce houses, there'll be family-oriented activities and kids' activities.
Similar to Snowfest, or similar to what is the event that we have? Monster Mash. Mm-hmm. They have those same offerings to the public as well, but people are just able to come and participate. So, I mean, this is a huge, huge deal. Yes. The World Cup, very, very big deal. And especially for the game that we are talking about, correct. We have to be conscious of the socioeconomic condition of the community. And $25 may be nothing to some, but for a lot of families, if it's per person, if they're coming with a family of 4, a family of 5, that can automatically become an expense that they may not be able to reach or attain. So I just wanted us to consider that as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot one more thing. I'm not sure if Jasmine actually mentioned this, but we have a community workshop. It's about the $1,000 account that all the newborns could actually access and how to do the investments, as well as the retirement opportunities for families. So there's like an IRA account that you could open up, and also how you can access employer matching funds into your child's account. So if you have kids under 18 or you have a newborn, I encourage everyone to attend, because there's some money out there for you and it can grow. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for your time.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick, but I'm just compelled to say a couple of things. We have a Juneteenth experience every year, and I know we're having a lot of events. Commissioner Sue with her Asian market and everything else, but there's a bill out there that's going to possibly affect all of this, quite frankly. There's certain carve-outs. I know Juneteenth is a carve-out because it's a national holiday, but certain things won't. I think there should be a memo written by our city attorney to make sure everybody understands what that bill does and what the ramifications are if you promote or use any type of taxpayer dollars for those events. So if there's not carved out, that it can be some serious consequences, not just for the city, but for elected officials that participate. Just remember that. Okay. So in regards to the Juneteenth experience, I know my aide's been in contact with Parks and Public Communications. I saw the enhancement. I know that we're doing this FIFA event. I don't want to, like I said, our city was I think the first city in Dade County to pass a Juneteenth holiday. Correct me if I'm wrong. We were. I don't want to diminish the history and the legacy we have. I understand FIFA is important for a lot of people, but I know Juneteenth is important for a lot more people. And we've been experiencing a revival in getting people engaged. We had close to over 1,000 people during our Juneteenth experience. I don't want to drop the ball on that. I don't want to feel like that we can start this programming and then we just let the ball drop. So I'm going to be reaching out to your office. I'm going to keep engaging because because the historic nature of our 100 year, I did reach out to the city of Miami to possibly do like a Juneteenth weekend, have an art display at the Perez Art Museum, combined with North Miami having something at their Ron Book Stadium, as well as having the step show. So there was a lot of things being worked in that. I don't want that to drop. I don't want to drop the ball. I don't want to diminish that community whatsoever. I respect everybody's communities here, as you guys know, or whatever, but I have to be very cognizant and being respectful to something that the Commission on Status of Women, Multicultural Committee has always promoted, Juneteenth. And I understand we're doing this thing in regards to the FIFA. Understood. I think, and I understand there's this breakfast component aspect, but I know a lot of people have been counting on this. They look forward to it they look forward to it every year. Last year, like I said, it was up to the rafters of how many people attend. So it was all well and done in regards to the brunch, but I don't want to diminish the quality that we were able to produce several years. And I just want to I just want to put that on the map. Just like how when Lin Su threw out the fact that we're going to do an Asian market and you step two. So I want to have that same type of respect to that community as well, and not to let the ball drop. I just think that's the right thing to do. There's a lot more other stuff. Look, we have a packed commission. I thought it was light, by the way, but let's move forward. Yeah, it can be. So, Madam Clerk, next.
Consent agenda.
Move to introduce the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
Mayor, proceed.
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda, item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of April 21st, 2026. Item 9.2, the regular commission meeting minutes of April 21st, 2026. Item 9.3, resolution number R 2026-27, implementing a new business initiative sponsored by Commissioner Lin Su and co-sponsored by Commissioner Phyllis Smith, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to utilize funds allocated to the Housing and Economic Development Department to implement a new business initiative, providing for program elements, including monthly selection of new businesses for promotional and operational support, providing for eligibility requirements, collaboration with the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, and program funding limitations, providing for administrative implementation, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.4 was deferred to the next meeting. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
No, not deferred, it was pulled.
It's just pulled. Okay, so we'll get that as soon as we're done with the other items of the consent agenda, and I'll go
through the
back and
mayor
read
to-
9.4 then. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2025-65, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Afton Pumps, Inc. for the sole source purchase of pumps and motors, sponsored by the city manager, a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Afton Pumps for the sole source purchase of pumps and motors in a budgeted amount not to exceed $409,300, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. 9.6, I think, was also pulled for later discussion. Am I correct? Okay. We'll go to 9.7, resolution number R 2026-67, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Playcore Wisconsin, Inc., DBA Game Time, for the Barry Silverman Park resurfacing, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Playcore Wisconsin, Inc., DBA Game Time, for the Barry Silverman Park resurfacing in an amount not to exceed $57,600, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2026-68, approving and authorizing a purchase order for roadway improvement services through piggyback contracts with Metro Express, Inc., sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing purchase orders for citywide roadway and sidewalk infrastructure improvement services through piggyback contracts with Metro Express, Inc., in an annual budget amount not to exceed $500,000 per fiscal year 2026, 2027 to 2028, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2026-69, approving and authorizing an increase in expenditure for financial administration and staff augmentation services to Caballero, Fireman, Urena, and Garcia LLP, CFLG, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in expenditure.
What item was that? What item was that? The way you said what number are you on right now?
I'm now on 9.9.
Okay.
Okay. With the two that we passed that we'll have to come back to, 9.4 and 9.6. Those were pulled for discussion.
No, it was yeah.
Well, we're not on 9.10. 9.10 was pulled?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm still on 9.9.
All right.
Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in expenditure for financial administrative support and staff augmentation services by $150,000 with Caballero, Fireman, Urena, and Garcia LLP, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. 9.10 was pulled for discussion,
Yes.
and also 9.11.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. 9.12, resolution number R 2026-72, approving an amendment to North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 budget, sponsored by the city manager, resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 budget to reflect changes in revenues, carry forward fund balance, and expenditures necessary to fund redevelopment initiatives detailed herein, authorizing the city clerk or designee to transmit the budget to Miami-Dade County, authorizing the city manager or designee to take all action necessary to complete the approval process for the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2025-26 amended budget, and providing for an effective date. That is the consent agenda.
Have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, Madam Clerk.
We'll return then to the first item that was pulled for discussion, item 9.4, resolution number R 2026.
Move to introduce.
I'm sorry, you're correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. You're correct, Commissioner. Long experience.
No problem.
Resolution number R 2026-64, accepting a grant award from the Florida Department of Transportation for the 163rd Street Median Safety and Beautification Project, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting a grant award from the Florida Department of Transportation in the amount of $200,000 for the 163rd Street Median Safety and Beautification Project, authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary agreements and documents, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager,
Yes, sir.
on this particular item, because I
Move to approve.
well, no, commissioners. Well, look, I second that. I second that. But the question I have is that because I understand from a procedure standpoint, right? When it comes to like these awards, typically like we go like how what's the process of how you guys like deal with these things? Like because you know there's like we do one thing, they do another. Or how
Matching is.
yeah, is it matching that type of
Oh,
stuff?
yes, yes.
And what's the process of us accepting it and moving forward in that regard, at least from your standpoint?
Okay, so I had requested to defer this item because of the matching funds. And we're looking to do a fiscal impact on every single item that comes before you. And it was unclear to us what the fiscal impact was going to be. So it was my office's call to pull this item, determine what the fiscal impact is going to be, and then bring it back next month. So that was the determination.
Is it so is a matching fund grant?
Yes.
Okay. And in regards to the 163rd, because like I know we've been having a lot of issues. I know certain residents have been bringing that up.
Yes.
It's a high accident prone area. Certain things you just got to do because it is what it is when it comes to safety. And I don't want to, the issue I was that especially, you know, in this environment, I don't want to lose an opportunity or delay anything because I don't know if lives could be, you know, impacted. So that's why I was like saying, okay, and I only took it out initially to have that discussion, but like I feel it's something that we should do regardless. But I'll see how my other colleagues feel about that.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I think I had a memo sent to you about what the funds could be used for and what categories. Because like from my understanding is like it's kind of like earmarked for beautification. So is that, I don't know if...
Through the mayor to Commissioner Sue, yes, we received your memo and we began working on it. Unfortunately, the request for the grant funds to be utilized for infrastructure such as sprinklers and other systems
so
like
it could
that
be? Or it
is not permitted under the grant.
Oh.
Commissioner Chernoff.
The question is, if we defer it to the next meeting, does that affect the timeline of accepting?
That's one of my main concerns.
Perhaps it could.
And that's why I didn't want to delay it. Commissioner
No,
John?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So why are we not approving it? If we do approve it and it is matching, what would be the source? What would be the funding source?
So we have earmarked $350,000 approximately from the CRA. That part of the project is in the CRA boundaries. We have a CIP, a general fund match from the non-CRA boundaries, approximately $352,670. And we also have the beautification grant actually provides $200,000 in funding itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So move to approve.
So
Well, we've already done that.
May I?
one last point. Go
One
ahead.
last point, thank you. Okay, so we're getting, I'm sorry, the grant amount again, please.
200,000.
200?
200,000.
Okay, we're adding 350 from the CRA and then another 100 from the general fund, is that correct?
352.
352 from the CRA and then another.
No, 350 from the CRA, 352 from the CIP general fund.
For trees in the median?
Northwest, northeast 167th Street quarter from Biscayne Boulevard, US 1 to the Sunny Isles Beach drawbridge.
That's That's a long stretch.
near Northeast 35th Avenue and also Northeast 163rd Street quarter from Biscayne Boulevard, US 1 to the Sunny Isles Beach Drawbridge near.
It's huge.
Well, I mean, considering that we're $21 million, you know, I mean, can we afford another $700,000 match for that? Just to get $200,000?
These are budgeted funds for this fiscal.
It's already budgeted.
Yes.
If we don't use it, it goes into the surplus, right?
Commissioner Smith, and final.
Are you
thought.
saying that this beautification money, because the CRA was talking about Northeast 163rd Street, like 15th Avenue to 12th Avenue, you just gave numbers east of Biscayne, with your address, east of Biscayne Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, east of Biscayne Boulevard looks good. It's palm trees and clean. I drive it several times a day. I mean, we want to really spend money east of Biscayne Boulevard? I mean, looks good.
Commissioner Jean.
Piggyback on that, Commissioner Smith.
Could I just, before you, has nothing to do with this, Mr. Attorney, did I misunderstand at one time when you leave the room, you come back, you have to vote?
No. You know, if you are not present for a vote, then you're not required to vote. I mean, people can absent themselves from the dais, and if they're not here, they're, in my opinion, no. I don't think they're required to. Now, if you have a conflict and you absent yourself from the dais because you have a conflict, you're not relieved of the obligation to state your conflict on the record and fill out appropriate documentation. But absent there being some conflict that needs to be disclosed, if you're not on the dais, then you're not here when the vote is taken.
I misunderstood.
You may have a privilege if you request to be recorded as being in favor or opposed to something if you choose to do so. But that's different.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Jay, and myself were at an ethics class, and the instructor said that when you come back, you have to vote.
And who was the instructor?
25 years.
He's from the Florida League of Cities. He has like patchy skin.
He's the one that has 9 children. Yeah,
9
Catholic guy.
Oh, that part, I don't know that part.
I don't know who that is.
You will. You
I
would
do not agree with that opinion, but I will research it further. But that is not my understanding, and I've been, you know, I respect the 25 years experience. I've been doing it for 46, but I'd be happy to look further at it, and if that's what the instructor said,
I mean,
then
that's what he
perhaps
said
he's
in-
correct, and perhaps he's not.
That's what I heard. So
Well, so for the record, I will vote yes. I was in the restroom
for the consent agenda.
for
we're
the
talking
consent
about.
agenda, yes.
You have the privilege of asking that your vote be recorded.
Okay, I'm
But the-
asking that my vote be recorded as a yes for
It's noted.
the agenda. Thank you.
I also would like my vote to be recorded as a yes. Thank you.
And then I would like your 40 years to make it 40 in a week and take that extra week to research. Thank you.
All right. So I have a motion and a second.
Oh, I did have a question. Okay, so because this was brought up, it reminded me of something. I have been told that there is a vendor that has been doing some work in the medium in North Miami Beach, and that he's also on a board.
Huh?
And
Which board?
the charter review. No, charter. Oh, NPUC? Oh, okay, I just know charter review, but if he's on PUC as well. So, that's not allowed.
Okay.
I'm not gonna publicly say any names, but I'll go to you afterwards and.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. So I was going to say to Commissioner Smith's point, Mr. Manager, do we have to, does the entire allocation have to be given? So even if it's budgeted and it's a matching of 200K, we can just mirror that,
that's
not necessarily exceed it based on what you see the need is, right?
That's why I don't want to, to your point, I don't want to lose the money.
That's an option, right? If you want to be more conservative.
Unofficially, yes.
Okay.
So-
We'll leave it to your discretion, but I'm just saying you don't have to do the entire allocation if you don't see the need for it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, one opposed. Next item.
Next one that was pulled is 9.6.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Item 9.6, resolution number R 2026-66, approving and authorizing the award of request for price proposal number RFP 2026-072, Centennial Celebration Event Production Services to What a Blast Events LLC, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of request for price proposal number RFP-2026-072, Centennial Celebration Event Production Services to What a Blast Events LLC in a budgeted amount not to exceed amount of $200,000, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement and to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Why am I reading 100,000
It's what, on the screen or on the paper?
on the screen?
On the paper it says 200.
Yeah, we don't have the paper.
Oh. It says 200 on the paper. Yes.
I pulled this because
That
I
was
think it
Commissioner
needs to be
Smith.
updated a little as far as what it says that we're voting on and what we really going to vote on. So I'll turn it over to the manager to discuss it more.
Yes, so we had two things that occurred during the agenda briefing process. We had a meeting with the Centennial Task Force. The Centennial Task Force made a strong recommendation to remove the gala and to utilize those funds to add to the street festival. We took up that mantle and moved that request forward. And also, a member of the commission had requested to have a meeting with the vendor. We facilitated that meeting along with the agenda briefing, and the recommendation to take some of those funds and utilize that were earmarked for the gala and utilize them for a block party at Windward. So those are going to be the changes that are going to be impacting this item.
Commissioner Smith. You want to go first? Okay.
Well, she was pointing to me. Well, there's a few factors, and number one is the gala, the thought of the gala, and I'm not part of the Centennial, but when I heard that, I concur with that completely. You know, the thing about the gala is the Spanish monastery can only hold a certain number of people. So where do you cut it off? Who's not going to be invited? Who's going to be invited? I think the fun thing of celebration and the kids and the family is a much better idea. And then some officials from other cities getting dressed up, and we go and limit it to a few hundred people, if you can even get 250 people in there. The second thing is that for sure, I don't want to eliminate, even though these carnival events are going to be on Saturday, I do not want to eliminate our Orthodox neighborhood by any stretch of the imagination. We'll just make their carnival on a Sunday, and they'll be included. And I wanted to ask you, when there was a brief meeting, Allen Park was included. Is Allen Park still included?
Yes.
Okay, so then that would be also, it wasn't on here to vote.
The Allen Park is part of one of the other communities when we combine the communities.
Which community is that?
I'll have to bring up the list. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, if you look at the picture, I took a picture of the board, it was not. But if you think it is, I just want to, it's a celebration for the people, and I'd like to make sure all the communities are involved. That's all.
Quick.
Mayor, just a very quick point. Procedurally, the changes in the program don't change the resolution in any way, and that's something that the manager has the authority to do and to negotiate. If the amount being expended is different, then it ought to be amended so that the correct amount that's being authorized is stated in the amended resolution. Now, if it's still being authorized at 200, the manager has authority to not spend all of it if there's some operational issues. But if it's a different amount being authorized, that should be an amendment.
No, I understand. I know that, I remember when we were running, you had to name all the different neighborhoods. If you can't, that was like one of the questions during the screenings. Like, if you can Wynwood, Aqua Bowl, Monticello, Allen Park, Pickwick.
Pickwick's going to be with Sky Lake.
Which makes perfect sense. But Allen being coupled with a Washington Park, that's
No,
I understand that, but is Aqua Bowl going to be tied to Allen Park? Can a case be made for that? I can see that. I can definitely see that. But you have Oak Grove, and I don't think Oak Grove and Washington Park are that connected because Oak Grove is huge, and then you have Ulita, which is massive in and of itself. And how are you guys going to break that up? And I don't even want to get into Pan Ulita and everything else. That's a whole other discussion. But in regards to Allen Park, what was the connection?
No,
I believe Allen Park was going to be part of the
I don't have it connected, so I'm trying to find
the city center. Is that the one?
Oh, that's separated by one city.
No, because Allen Park's south of
Yeah.
No, city center's too big.
It's too big.
So let me read what we have.
Uh-huh.
All right, so we have we had the Washington Park block party already. We have the Ulita block party Saturday, June the 6th, which will be next month. We also have next month, tentatively, we're looking at creating a Windward block party, which would be Saturday, June 28th. Then we have the neighborhood block party for the city center, July the 4th. Neighborhood block party.
Question. To your point.
Yes.
And I'm glad that you mentioned this.
Yes.
I don't know what our plans are for the America 250. I know Commissioner Smith was one of the people that pushed for having like a July 4th event. This is our nation's 250th year. Like I would hope that doesn't get, diminished in that way. Yeah, the mayor, like a lot of people are going to do some massive events that particular day. So
Still going to North Miami Beach.
Huh?
I'm still coming here.
I know you.
so-
Yes, I didn't say you're not coming here. I'm just saying,
Right.
like, in regards to, and I know we're going into the minutia and just the programming aspect, but just keep in mind how these other block parties are falling into other different dates or very impactful dates, like the fact that we're going to be celebrating America 250 on July 4th. It shouldn't be, but like, I just want to make sure that if we didn't ask it would have happened. Commissioner Smith?
I'm just saying that's when I sat into one meeting, what I tried to do, in my opinion, is keep the community simple so that and make sure there's parking and make sure there's a place, like Allen Park has a place, Highland Village has a place. We have a place with Center City. Ulita has a place. So anyway, that was my thought. Now, when I went to go vote on this, waiting to vote on it, it wasn't going to be conducive to what we want. The concept is there, but eliminating the gala will give us opportunity for the two neighborhoods that were overlooked to have the celebration as well. The main thing is communication and marketing to every neighborhood that this is your celebration for your 150th year, for your 100th year. This is your 100th year celebration.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much.
You want to? Okay, so sorry, let her finish.
I'm trying to find out the resolve for Allen Park.
So we currently do not have anything scheduled for Allen Park, and I also believe there is nothing on the schedule for Oak Grove.
Well, Oak Grove and Allen Park can be the same because a lot of Oak Grove is in the county.
Okay.
So Oak Grove and Allen Park can be the same.
I mean that's a.
So which one was June 28th?
That's a Oak Grove is pretty big.
Yeah, but not Oak Grove is big, but a lot of it's not in the county.
Sunday.
A lot of it's not in the city; it's in the county.
Okay, one thing I will say is this: I know you have the Centennial Committee and that's really trying to shepherd this through. I think there should be some more interconnectivity with us being up here. I don't want to leave anybody out. I think Oak Grove and Allen Park are two different areas. way two different areas. And 12th Avenue, the whole nine, like it's a way, like the makeup is kind of different. Where in Allen Park, it's mostly duplexes, like, and all this other stuff. And Oak Grove is residential homes throughout.
But Oak Grove is just from
And
100.
and I know you're a realtor, so I'm not saying you don't.
No, but I know it only too well, too, from walking and knocking. We're saying how many people are going to come to each other. Like Pickwick and Sky Lake are not near each other at all. But it doesn't behoove us to have a celebration just for Pickwick.
No, I understand.
As it is. I think we have to recognize financially what we're doing, number one. Number two, we have to, how many people will actually attend from each subdivision? And for instance, Eastern Shores is going to have one. And that'll be Eastern Shores West and East. How many people will come? I don't know. We're hoping the advertising will make the people come to the
And also
celebration.
we have to have Highland Village.
Highland Village is going to have their own. They have the Highland Village. If you ever go at Christmas, they're big participants.
And the splash pad will be ready by then, right?
The splash pad is on its way. The splash pad, I don't want to say anything and give it a jinx, but hopefully by the end of June, we'll be down there ribbon cutting. I know that that we have somebody that is employed here higher up, and when he makes a promise, he never breaks it. So I was promised, and I think by the end of June, the promise will be fulfilled. I don't want to jinx it. We'll announce it as soon as we can.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. So the question, I think it was alluded to already. Does the 200,000 cover operational from police and staff? And also, does it cover marketing? Or would that be an additional? So I'm thinking to the point of what Commissioner Smith said, some neighborhoods might be smaller. So if it's like a drawdown type of PO,
Yes.
where 20,000 might do a smaller area, but you might need 60 for a larger area. So are you doing something similar with logistics as it relates to transportation as well? So I wanted to know operationally, does this include police time, staff time, and marketing?
So I think you answered your own question, Commissioner. It is a drawdown. So that's exactly how it's going to roll out. We're going to look to make sure that we provide the services necessary to be impactful for each community based on what its needs are, what the plan is, and what the expected size is going to be.
Because my concern is that if you have one next month, a month from now, or well, less than a month from now,
Yes.
has that community really been notified that this is happening? And when you're having them every month, then you're actually compounding staff time, compounding police month after month, and so forth. And we know the employees are complaining about, their time and also their cap on their vacation and all this other stuff that's happening. So my question is, I don't think 200,000 is enough for 5 block parties. So do you foresee there being a supplement? Because this legislation is simply for the planners. It doesn't include operational reference.
So originally we had a set schedule. Eastern Shores was not included. We added Eastern Shores. Highland Village, Sky Lake was not included. We added Sky Lake. So we've been constantly making adjustments. And obviously every single time we add another block party, the budget for the other parties is slightly diminished. So we are aware of that, but the money is what the money is.
For the planning or just for the logistics?
All inclusive.
All inclusive?
All inclusive. So.
May I say something?
Yes.
Why can't we just have one party for everybody? Like, I feel like by doing like the neighborhood parties, you're actually being, like, you're dividing the community. We should be bringing the community together. It's the 100-year celebration. Why are we doing separate parties, repeating everything, and maybe 10 people will come to one party and 100 to the other, but let's just do one party, let everybody come, and let's come together.
And I wanted to say this to that point. You have Snowfest in December, which we're allocating like $100,000 for Snowfest, right? And then perhaps, but I think it's the new budget cycle. So you have 5 block parties, $200,000, 4 months or 5 months to have these parties to promote, to compound staff time, logistics, transportation, operational, police time, 6 different times, in addition to what we already have scheduled on the calendar itself?
So through the mayor to Commissioner Jean, this plan, I was appointed in February, and this was the plan that was handed to me that was already budgeted. So we've been trying to work with it as best we can, but my understanding was either this was the will of the commission or the will of the Centennial Task Force, and whenever we've had or requested any adjustments, we have met with individual commissioners to add Sky Lake, to add Windward, and to get the feedback from the task force. But I'm definitely open to, we're not set in stone, as you can see. We're making adjustments as we get feedback from the commissioner. So if it be the will of the commission to condense all of these down and just do the street festival, which was a similar recommendation from the task force with regard to.
I wouldn't want to do that.
I wouldn't. My only concern.
No, here's my concern. We already did it for Washington Park.
So that's what I was about to say.
No, we can't.
That's
That would be very unfair. Come on.
Okay.
When do we?
But
do it?
Washington Park was
for the
meant for the
heritage.
heritage.
That's what that was for.
But we always do Heritage Day anyway.
No, but we called it a block
So,
party.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Mr. Mayor, I think
don't
also
think
one
any
of the
community is gonna
one of the
get that.
issues is that the task force, the commission has never discussed Centennial as a whole. And I think that's another issue, is that the task force planned, but we never had a chance to really dialogue through that. And, I've been asking about that too for some time before you got here, of can the commission have that discussion? Because the task force does their recommendation, but then it comes before us for that final. So I kind of.
They don't have voting power. They don't suggest it. This all comes back to us. So when you said, but I always knew that we were going to do block parties in that sense. We've already given that to Washington Park, and deservingly so. We amplified it compared to what years past. We cannot. Let me finish. We cannot not treat everybody the same, and I that's something that we cannot do. So that being said, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Sue and then Commissioner Chernoff.
Okay. I think if I were Washington Park and my block party was combined with Heritage Day, I'd be mad. But that's just my thought. So what I'm trying to say is, like, we had the Heritage Day, we did the block party, and if we choose that we want to, I don't see any harm to the community, because they would get like kind of a bonus Heritage Day, like a more elaborate Heritage Day than normal, and I think that we could have a massively fun party if we could combine everything into one and find like a location that is central, close out the street.
19th Avenue.
Yeah, 19th Avenue. I mean, like, kind of like Snowfest, but it'll kind of repeat, you know what I mean? I don't know. So that's what I'm thinking. I agree with Commissioner. I mean, everybody's been saying like all these different expenses that happen with the PD off duty, staff, setting up, cleaning up, tearing down, all that. If we just have one massive party, now my question then goes to, does that mean that early October we have our centennial celebration, then late October we have Monster Mash Bash, then, sometime in December, we have a Snowfest. So 3 parties on 19th Avenue, still 3 parties. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking, should we consolidate everything into the Centennial Party and then, maybe not have the rest? Just for 1 year.
Well, we may have to if the tax bill passes, so.
Well, the thing is, even all the, and I want to clarify this. It is 99. I'm 99.9% sure that a bill that comes this year will not affect us this year. It's going to be. I don't like why people think that it's going to happen instantaneously. It would create bedlam.
Yeah, but we need to start being proactive if it did pass.
But no. People have been saying that it is going to happen right now. It's going to happen this year. It won't. it's going to get implemented this year. That's not
No,
that's not true.
But even if it gets implemented in 1 or 2 or 3 years, you have to start being proactive. You can't just waste all the money now.
I understand that, but at the same time, the fear and the fear that people that's being put out there is not correct. It's not accurate. It's not going to happen this year. It's going to be at least a drawdown type of impact, and it might just impact just homestead properties or what have you. So I just want us to be a little bit more adult in what can happen. That's all. Like, this is just basic math and basic understanding how governance operates. Like, they are not going to create a situation where they impact millions of people and the services that we service as a community. So that
When you get a chance.
I will get to you, Vice Mayor, but let me continue on to Commissioner Trump, and then you'll go.
All right, what happened with the block parties was that the Centennial Committee was thinking of ways to do one party, and then I threw in that they should do block parties. And the reason was that if you do a big one, you're not going to get everybody. If you do a block party where you give everybody T-shirts and so on and so forth, then you get and draw in each community, and you'll hit a lot more people, was the idea behind it. And then they adopted it. I just made the suggestion, and then they adopted it and moved it forward. So that's where it came from. And I believe that the block parties are a better way than one party, because the problem is that you won't get as many people.
Vice Mayor Flourman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there's two conversations happening, and I want us to focus on the actual proposal before us as to whether or not what we're discussing here changes the proposal that's being recommended.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Flourman, no. As the city, to Vice Mayor Flourman, yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. No. That's my second ding, so I'll let that be.
That's
my
all
last.
right. That's all right.
That's going to be my last. As the city attorney said, it will not change. We did want to have this discussion with you all to get the will of the commission, but the resolution before you is for selecting the vendor and for the money allocation. That's it. Yes, it is actually. They're actually residents of the.
So having said that, through the mayor, having said that, so I if we can kind of like wind down the discussion on like the specifics.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I second it.
Wait, what's the motion for?
To accept the proposed resolution.
Which is the block.
But I also wanted to add, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I know you're moving it.
For the
I just wanted
vendor,
to add
selection of the vendor.
But the vendor is for block parties or for
The
one?
resolution allows for the manager to make changes at the will of the commission.
All right.
Okay.
So.
No, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Aye.
Has the Ulita Block Party been promoted already?
No, that's why we pushed it back to June.
So wait, so if it's at the will of the commission, then we should be discussing if we want to do the block parties or if we want to do the one party.
Yeah.
Because.
Might be a workshop.
Yeah, but June 6th is like soon. June 6th is like tomorrow.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know, so look, and to the mayor's point about Washington Park already having a centennial,
Which was promoted, an email sent out,
okay,
and graphics.
which is amazing, which was great, which was nice, but I don't think another community is going to say Washington Park had one. It's not fair to us. Like no community is going to say that. Like no one's going to say that. And Washington Park did it on Heritage Day, so we would have done. We did something special, but we always do something special there. So how much more money was actually spent than what we normally do?
We actually saved money. So there was a allocation for $25,000 for a block party. They had a $5,000 allocation. They had a $5,000 allocation for the Heritage event. We combined those funds, and we only spent $20,000. So we saved about $5,000 to $10,000.
Right. So my concern is that, we do these little individual parties. You're going to have staff working and working and working and working. Let's just have them working one party instead of 5, 6, 7 parties. We're going to have police working and working and working. Let's just have them working one time. We're going to be spending probably more money doing these block parties. And who knows, nobody may come from a certain neighborhood. No,
I'll
so-
second that.
You already passed?
Yeah, we passed the resolution. We're just
No, the resolution,
Pass
we passed the hiring of the
the
company.
hiring of the guy, but we're not passing, we haven't decided on one party or six.
Either a block party or, and also the other thing about the block parties that, and I remember this very well from when there used to be block parties like, what, 15, 20 years ago, that it all, you know what it became? It became a vote for me party. All the candidates would show up. I can tell you exactly what all the candidates gave away and what all the candidates did. And it was a candidates party. It was not a block party. That's how I remember them from back then. Don't ask me what there was, who was there, or who wasn't there. Ask me what it was about, and I'll tell you it was vote for me party.
When is the night out, the national night out?
August
right before school
4th.
start.
But we're
Or
doing
maybe when school starts.
August.
That's another thing that we have to
Mr. Mayor?
consider.
We're already doing, we're combining that, August 4th, we're combining National Night Out with the annual back to school, health fair, school supplies. We're doing it all together. So again, to make one bigger, better and have.
Commissioner
staff
Smuckler, you want to make a
members
motion?
I make a motion to do one event instead of
I second that.
several block parties.
May I be, because I wanted to ask him, I wanted to make a point that while I see that the manager has some ability to change certain things, I mean, we do have an entire RFP that went out, and I mean, our procurement director is here, but if we said we're going to allocate a certain amount based on the RFP and what we wanted, and now we're substantially changing that, is that changing the RFP, or is that?
No, no, sir. Through the mayor to Commissioner Flourmine, what we did was we had all of the vendors give us their projection of cost, assuming that we do all the events. So if we, like, for example, for the gala, I think this particular vendor had set aside $40,000 of the budgeted money for that.
Got it.
So that money would be no longer allocated to them to do the gala.
Okay, so it's fluid in nature.
Yes.
Okay, so having said that, I'm happy to hear it. But in addition to that, I think that we may not be talking block parties, but we may be talking about activations. I think that, you know, those things make sense leading up
A rose
to
by any other road name.
the big street, you know, fair, you know, on 19th Avenue. Because if I remember 10 years ago, that's what we did. It was blocked off. We had, you know, a huge event. But what I like about having the events in the neighborhoods, it could be an activation. It doesn't have to be in.
Hanford Boulevard.
So it doesn't have to.
Actually in Hanford
Through the mayor to
Was
Commissioner
it? No, that
Flourmine.
wasn't. It was on 19th Ave.
It could be- it
That was
could
something else. Yeah, that was something else.
It could be
But
a,
the
it could,
the
it could be a
activations-
Winnebago that stops.
Right. So what I'm saying is instead of
Oh.
I'm assuming you guys like that idea.
No, I think, look, I think the activation makes sense. I think the activation makes sense. I think you can, like, if you can compartmentalize it where you could just take, maybe a Winnebago or a tent that just can go to each neighborhood and say, hey, we're going to be in your neighborhood passing out X, Y, and Z, letting people know. However it might happen. It doesn't have to be a stage. It doesn't have to be all.
Right.
I mean, a couple of hot dogs and some, I mean.
So little, you know.
That's a block party.
How's that a hot dog?
If you're gonna start giving hot dogs and stuff, you're having.
Here's the reason why I brought that up. The reason I brought that up is because when you
I have
go,
no issue with that either.
ladies and gentlemen, let me finish, please.
Are they kosher hot? Of course they will. Of course they'll be kosher.
Yes.
I mean, it'll be
Kosher
Hebrew
for windward.
hot dogs.
Thank you, Commissioner Smuckler. Yeah, so activations, less money, precise, concise, straight to the point, but building up the momentum to the whole street fair and that we're gonna have. And you know, just we can get creative with it. And then when you go to the businesses as well, I realize that the businesses are not fully engaged in the centennial, you know, in the centennial, you know, year. So businesses, you should walk into a business and you should see a sign somewhere, either on their door or on the counter, that says, you know, something relating to the centennial.
To the vice mayor's point, I'm glad he said sign. Like, what's the status of the wayfinding? Because I thought those things would be like
2 years ago already.
be done by now, at least for the centennial year.
Well, I don't want to, wayfinding, if we're going to talk about wayfinding, we can take it all the way back.
All right.
Because that's a 10+ year conversation.
Let's talk about the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck.
Yeah, if that can go around, I'll take that as an activation. But
So anyways, so back to what I was saying. So the activations leading to the event, number one. Number two, the businesses getting involved. I think that's something that we need, even if it's some logo that they can stick on their window and say, this business is celebrating the centennial and here's, you know what I mean? Like we need to do that. And the reason I'm saying that is because when you drive down 125, you see the number 100 everywhere you go. Now, and I don't want to take anything away from our team, but when I look at our banners, I have to like squint to see that it says 100. The only ones that really work are the ones that are on Hanford Boulevard and going up West Dixie because they're lower. But when you're talking about the higher poles that are on 15th Avenue, 163rd, you don't know what's going on.
I'm trying to figure out why is it on 183rd, by the way.
And then the color, the white against the yellow, those things don't work because it's just not, you're unable to really see it. So I feel like branding wise, we can level up a little bit more, start cooperating with the businesses, really letting people know that we're celebrating, our 100th anniversary. So that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean, final part?
No, I like what Vice Mayor said, and I think that because you're also hoping to get T-shirts and merch and stuff like that, right? Is that part of the 202?
Yes.
A large portion of that has already been spent for the T-shirts.
That's what I was thinking. So if you're going to have the block parties, you need a certain amount of merch to go around. The 200,000 covers that?
The budgeted amount for the merch has been overspent.
So we would need more merch.
Okay.
Right? So we would, but because we're talking money here, right? So if the merch has already been spent, the budget has already been exceeded, but then you only have 200,000 to do the block parties, including police, staff, logistics, and anything else. Where does the merch fall into that 200,000, or would it fall into that?
Correct. Since the
The
apparently,
stickers the decals that Vice Mayor is talking.
yes. So apparently the merch budget just went crazy from before my arrival. I believe the budget amount was 5, and we've spent about 50,000 on merch. So there was not going to be additional purchases for merchandise.
So if we have a block party without merch, I mean, should we have merch? I guess it's a question for the commission, but the whole point of the centennial is to get people to come to come and celebrate, but you have to give something away, even if it's a sticker or a pen or whatever.
So stickers and pins we can probably do, but T-shirts and
Right?
more,
You talked about
yeah, T-shirts, T-shirts
T-shirts are
and the pins that everybody loves. Those are very expensive.
So I mean, I think this is a conversation that we should have had, but we're having it now. If you're going to include $200,000 for everything, there has to be merch in there. There has to be marketing. There
was merch in there. It's been spent before my arrival.
So the $200,000 in your
No, there was a separate account for merch, and
Right.
it's been overspent by about $50,000.
That's why you have that fluidity in that.
That's exactly what I'm saying is that
Okay.
we can't do a block party without giving someone a sticker or a pencil or a fan. That defeats the whole thing of branding and having people come out for a hot dog and an apple. I mean, I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm in 100% agreement with you. It's just the type of merch we can afford.
I think the 90th, what they did was similar to the Heat games, if I remember correctly. They were on the stage and they were just, they had this.
They shoot them.
Yeah,
shoot 'em.
exactly. Right.
But we
That's what
could,
they did.
here's the thing, what I agree with you, Commissioner Jean, is we should give it. The difference is we should, but we don't have the money. So that makes a big difference. What does everybody think about having, instead of the block party being on the block, the big party, what about the amphitheater because the
That's
amphitheater
way
has
too
plenty.
small.
It is too small?
Way too
And the
small.
parking is
The
much.
parking is
yeah,
horrible.
It's
We get
horrible,
complaints
yeah.
from the people that live right there.
They could have merged.
They don't
Well,
put that
if you're gonna do it on a block on 19th Avenue, then we have to do it sooner than later, because
Well-
it's all gonna look like one.
Well, I think the will of the commissioner, and I'll go to the motion, because I also want to make sure that we're not doing things improper.
How about Allen Park?
No,
Well, we don't have to decide that
we don't have to
now.
decide that now.
So let's call the question. Let's vote about
well,
not
just-
doing the, and all I'm gonna ask is that we support the local businesses in almost as many, as much as we can, please.
No,
With
but I think
food
the
and-
proposal that he gave is not to eliminate the block parties,
Yeah, I'm
to
fine.
minimize
I
the block
just don't
parties
wanna
as an
say, hey,
invitation to the big
once we
party,
can get it, I don't want to.
which I think makes a lot of sense. It'll bring a lot of locals
No,
in.
it's to eliminate the block parties, but it's to make one big event, but to do like something to like, to incite, is that, I don't know if that's the right word.
Activations.
Like to get people like interested.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a
Not a
minimal.
block party.
Well, give it any name you want. It's a minimal something, and I agree. You could have hot dogs and hamburgers or something to keep them there for 2 hours. What are you gonna
I
do?
mean, then that's a block party.
Well, what else were you gonna
Okay,
do?
what?
Well, just to call you, because
Okay.
I want to land the plane.
Okay.
And I don't even know if we did that properly, because we were voting on the resolution, passed it, and someone added something. I don't know if we had to make it part of the resolution or not, but just so we can do it properly.
Mayor, just to answer that, you voted on a resolution that was on the agenda, you passed it. You only get this opportunity once every 100 years, and the commission is entitled to weigh in on what you want to do. So any subsequent motion about the event that is accepted by you, you recognize somebody, motion is made, there's no problem with that. And in terms of the normal, that you don't interfere with administration, but this is really not administration in the traditional sense. It's a very, very special event, and it involves the expenditure of dollars, which is you guys. So any motion that you recognize somebody that's made that has to do with this, that doesn't tell the manager, to buy some little particular thing or something, anything short of that that's general policy, you do what you want.
Okay, so my motion is to not have block parties, to have one big event for everyone. And I would like to add that let's see what these activations cost, and then we can decide if it's worth it or if we should just put that into the actual party.
Well, wait a minute, there's discussion, because how can we vote on, let's see what it costs?
No, we're gonna, the activations will decide in the near future after we know how much these activations cost. If the manager comes back and says it's $500, then maybe, but if he's gonna come back and say it's $5,000, well, I'm not gonna vote for it. So.
Commissioner Smith, you've set an overall budget, so you have that.
Well, here's my issue. Because I want to look from a timing standpoint. I don't think changing it mid is gonna. I don't want to do that, but I want to just settle this motion now. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
It fails. All right. If we move forward, we move forward.
spend
with
more
block
money.
party. Make sure every
Who were the
community is
nays?
included.
Let's spend
Next
more
item.
money.
Who were
That's
the
really
nays,
good.
please?
2 nays, Commissioner Sue and Commissioner.
The two ayes.
Oh, the 2 ayes. Sorry.
The two that don't want to spend
two.
a lot of
All right.
money is myself and Commissioner Sue.
The motion fails. Next item. Next item, Mr. Next
Well,
item.
there is a cap. It's 200,000. You can't spend more than that. No
Yeah,
matter.
there's a cap. You
Yes.
voted a cap.
That's already voted.
The two that don't want to give a lot of work to staff and a lot of work to police, the two who are
You don't
trying to.
necessarily know that that's how it's gonna work. He's got $200,000.
When you have a party every month, you're going to give staff more and more work to do.
Come on, wait. Come on. Next item, Madam Clerk.
9:10, somebody needs to.
Move to introduce. Resolution number R 2026-70.
Second.
Item 910, resolution number R 2026-70, authorizing a budget transfer for Finance Department staff augmentation services, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution to Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a budget transfer within the annual budget for fiscal year October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026, in the amount of $150,000 from salaries and related benefits accounts to professional services account within the Finance Department to support staff augmentation services, providing for implementation, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
This is your item.
So this item is actually a companion item to 9.9. Normally, you would see both of these items together. 9.9 is saying what the expenditure is. 9.10 says where the money's going to be coming from. We had to separate this item due to a resolution that was passed that requires us to create a separate resolution for budget transfers.
That was Commissioner Sue and Commissioner Jean. And the reason I pulled because you can't make, because you saw something that I guess you saw a problem or an issue that would come up where these types of transfers would happen. Where's the money coming from, and why do we need to do this?
Absolutely. So I provided all of you a memorandum as to why we need to do this. For
the residents, please explain.
Okay. So our finance department is currently, and I've stated this, have challenges. We have staffing challenges that we need to address. So first and foremost, we do not have the significant staff that we need in order to run a finance department of over 500 employees, supporting services for residents of over or nearly 45,000. So we currently do not have a finance director. So one of the purposes of this is that we have tapped our internal audit firm to provide us with an interim finance director. We've also currently we're in the middle of budget season, and we do not have a budget administrator. So we tapped Brunson PA, who is providing us with our interim budget administrator. We are also seeking a CFO. So we have a search firm that we actually have to pay for the CFO.
So that was a headhunter you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And so they haven't been retained as of yet?
Yes, they have.
The question I have is, like, when I looked at the memo, and that's why I was like, when you look at the cost per hour, it looks like a lot of these guys, if they will work 40 hours, and if everybody's worried about costs, what have you, they make more money than you.
That's correct. But we're not utilizing them for 40 hours.
Like, how would we know that?
We schedule them. So the finance director currently comes 3 days per week, and the budget administrator is coming as needed.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Commissioner.
Thank you so much. I know during the briefings, Mr. Manager, this was one of the questions that I had asked, and I did get the spreadsheet that you sent about the breakdown of every area that needs and the expenditure, I guess, up to this point. I think, we've kind of, like, even with the CFO situation, I think the last meeting you mentioned that you have viewing power only. So the checks are being signed by, who are the checks being signed by currently?
The checks are signed by an automatic system. My signature is in the system, and the deputy city manager's system, a name is in the system.
Okay, so you two are kind of.
You guys are the only two people that you guys are the final two sayers and signing off, like?
It's not a sayer, it's a signature, so it's a authorization for payment. We're signing on behalf of the city saying that this is legal tender.
So my hope is this, right? All of us have gone through different budget processes. Sometimes the city has even brought in additional support to support the management in how it executes the budget. Now we've also had now everything is being outsourced per se.
And we got a lot of flack because of that.
Well, I wanted to kind of find out from you, obviously if you need the staff, you need the staff, right? Is your hope to fully outsource, or is your hope to give us more perspective into the vision that you have for the department.
Correct. So thank you for that question, Commissioner Jean, and I'm happy to provide the clarification. We do not have a budget administrator. This is an interim budget administrator. We are hiring for a budget administrator. Once the budget administrator is hired, we will transition the interim budget administrator out. We do not have a permanent CFO. Once we have a permanent CFO, the interim finance director position will be transitioned out.
I think what would be good also for us is for us to have a timeline with the budget process of when do we actually start? When do you hope to have budget workshops with the commission? Also giving us the preliminary numbers so we can have a chance to kind of dissect and look at where the numbers are. Because I think one of the things you also mentioned as a cost saving is going from weekly to biweekly. I'm not sure where are you with that as it relates to. Have you made that decision yet?
No, a final decision has not been made on that. The employees prefer to have weekly, so we're going to try to do everything we can to preserve a weekly, which may mean we need to increase our payroll services and our payroll personnel.
So I think this is one of the things I always ask for is a flow chart of the internal department itself, right? Because obviously we don't know who does what, but that helps us in saying, okay, we do need these external services, but without us actually seeing what's there, we're not sure, right?
Yes.
And I think if you have viewing power only, but you're also, that electronic signature is on, and with the deputies as well, there has to be one more mechanism, right, in place. Do you have that currently?
So I think there is a misunderstanding about what our ability is. Mr. Bancoli has no access to, although again, he is signing saying that this check, if you receive it from the city of North Miami Beach, is legal tender. He has no access to any of the cash, what we call as the cash pro system. As I shared with you in the memorandum, we already put those checks and balances in place. I have no authority to edit, to add, to remove, to make a payment from the cash pro systems. My access is visual only. I can look at the system, but I cannot make any edits to it whatsoever.
So I guess the follow-up question real quick is, what is the check and balance? In our mind, what would it be? So if we don't have a CFO, we don't have a budget administrator per se, how do you know what's happening? Who's controlling the approvals? If not the CFO, then who? Since we don't have a CFO.
Again, I can look into the system. I'm your acting CFO right now. So that's, as I shared with you.
Okay, so who would be your backup? Like, who would be
also we
outside of the deputy?
It's the interim, it is the interim finance director. His name is Dwayne Mathis. And then we have, from him, we have an internal employee, the senior staff accountant, Patrick Williams, and then we have another staff accounting, and all of them have access to the cash pro system.
I think that's the clarity that we need,
Absolutely,
right?
I'm happy to provide it.
Obviously, if someone says, well, I can see only, but then my name is also on it, is digitally there because it has to be a name there, but then who's doing the day-to-day checks and balances? I think that the commission needs to have a clearer picture of what that is.
I apologize. I thought I put that in the memorandum, but if that was not clear, my apologies.
Well, to Commissioner Jean's point, because I want to figure out, have you already contracted these individuals already, and how much have you spent thus far?
Okay, so I have those numbers here for you. Give me just a second. And the answer is yes.
Quick question as you pull it up. So with the threshold, in case, obviously you're coming before us right now for approval for certain additional increases. In the case that it continues to supersede your threshold,
it comes back to us, right? Correct me.
Correct. We have not had any expenditures that supersede my threshold. Those numbers. All right. So for the interim budget administrator, we have, with Anthony Brunson, PA, we have spent to date $21,200. For the interim finance director with CFLG, we have spent to date $43,000.
I'm following you because I know this is numbers that I had requested, so I'm seeing the numbers that you sent. So I think for us, I speak for myself. We have to get a better picture of what we have, right? Because we're about to enter into budget season, and everybody wants a clear picture, especially based on what's coming down the pipeline. So maybe sharing this with my fellow commissioners and the mayor obviously would be good, so that we can also gauge where we're at. Because if we're into budget season, we're going to supersede this amount that you're requesting potentially, right? There's a high probability because we're going to have to put a lot of hours in for the budget workshops. So we're going to exceed this amount. What
150?
There's a probability. Because
You expect that we'll exceed 150?
I assume there's a would you say there's a probability of it?
Well, anything's possible.
But why would you request 150 if you're not gonna why would you request that amount specifically?
Well, this is a race. So we're going to run it as fast as we possibly can. We're trying to recruit as fast as we possibly can. If we get a strong candidate for CFO, I'll make them an offer tomorrow. But we do have to have a cushion there with the authorization from the commission to move the finance department forward if we don't get a strong candidate.
Yeah, because I think to date, like October 1st to May is a little bit just about 140. And so another 6 months will probably put us at 150, in that same range potentially, especially since we're going to have more work. There's the budget workshops. Those people are going to have to work longer hours, longer days. So I'm assuming that we might, not knowing what hours they've put in so far, there's a probability that they'll exceed the 150.
Okay. So the resolution you'd like to see is?
That's just for me to get a better picture of where we're at, right? So if there's a potential that we found a great candidate, perfect. But in the likelihood that we don't, obviously we want the public to know that this might be an expenditure that's exceeded.
Absolutely.
So just as land and plane, I think everyone's supportive because we do need this, and I'm supportive of it. One thing I want to tie to it, just for the transparency part, is please update the check registry so we can see what checks are being approved, because we don't know what you guys are approving. For all we know, but it's up. Well, we don't know. Just for the transparency, it can be turned on. Anthony Bronson, I guess that's the firm that you can utilize it, can turn that on or be tasked to do that. That'll be great, because that creates more transparency for us, and we can better understand where the money's going to. Because we don't have a CFO. You're acting in that capacity. I understand you explained the flow chart, but I'm still kind of lost in that, because you're saying, well, there's this. From my understanding, from how Munis operates, it's like a step by step by step by step. And I don't know where you guys fall in that step before a check is issued out.
I do not fall in this step.
No, I'm talking about the approval queue. So it's like when somebody submits an invoice saying, "Hey, I did my PO. Here's the work." Where do you fall in that line? Because you have to sign off at some point, and the CFO, that part has to sign off on some point.
Yes. So the finance director is signing off, and for the finance department,
The finance director
is Dwayne Mathis is our staff account. He is our interim finance director.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith, no thoughts, or you?
If your power is just to look at the finances, what stops your power from looking and saying, oh no, we're not paying that one, or I want to pay that one more? You're not signing anything, but your power to look at it could also give you the power as the manager for direction.
I'm not sure I understand.
Why are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it to, as I shared with you all, I'm looking at it to find errors and discrepancies and do a check and balances, which we actually did find. Myself working with another team that I only have looks powers, we actually found overpayments to employees that we're looking into right now is under review.
But that's what I'm saying. It was a legitimate overpayment, and you found it because you were looking at it. But what if
legitimate? I'm not sure I would say that, but yes, I found it because I was looking at it.
Right. So now a vendor had to be paid, and you looked at it and you said, that vendor needs 5,000 more. You're not signing anything, but you're changing
No,
what
no,
the,
ma'am. I do not have the authority to make any changes in the system.
No, she's not saying that. You see what's coming out. Basically, you can give because at the end of the day, like you are the manager. You know who's signing off at different points. You see the flow.
Okay.
So she's saying that you can still direct to do X, Y, and Z. Now, if you weren't CFO, would you still have that type of view?
Yes. Yes.
Well, the
Considering
CFO
things that
the CFO would also charge as your guardrails, if
Yeah,
you
because
will,
right now it's just you.
Considering the things that I've uncovered, I will continue to have oversight. Absolutely.
Can you clarify also approval queues? As I know, back in a long time ago, I used to have to put invoices into the system.
Yes.
When I was working in government. So I know that with approval queues, like let's say someone puts an invoice in, right?
Right.
But that the department head also has purview to approve.
Correct.
But then above the department head is, I don't know how
Finance
it works, the finance department. So obviously those guardrails would be those individuals in those places that say, okay, this is approved, this has gone to the procurement, X, Y, and Z, it has all the backup. But then you're also able to view that.
Yes.
Right? So
Correct.
I think that's what Commissioner Smith is alluding to. We need a clearer picture. A clearer picture of how it works before you have the CFO that kind of serves as a guardrail to the city manager and says, hey, X, Y, and Z. I don't know if you can explain it better.
So let me share. Yes, you had a CFO. Some of the things I found were why you had a CFO. So as your city manager, I do not feel comfortable, whoever the CFO that we hire, especially since this is going to be a new relationships, for me to just hand it off and say, okay, I'm going to assume that nothing happens on my watch. I do not feel comfortable with that. And I will also say members of the commission can have the same access that I have. So I believe you already have a transparency portal. So as you
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's not. It hasn't been updated in almost a year and a half, maybe two. It hasn't been updated. Like the check registry is not updated. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where's procurement?
No, that's IT.
Where's IT?
Is IT here? Do we have Mr. Castillo here? Okay, please come forward.
And
the
Manager, before you even go there, even with the charter officers, right, you guys kind of tag team on each other, legal, city clerk. So I think it's in that same vein, right,
Yes.
that we want you to have those, the separation, if you will, so that it can go, it still has your overview, but it still has those guardrails, because you guys complement each other, right?
Yes, the
CFO
guardrails are still there.
Right.
They're still in place. The guardrails are there. And again, please provide us a status and update on the transparency portal.
The transparency portal is supposed to be updated automatic. It doesn't need anybody to go and push a button and say updated. It's supposed to be online.
So who does the update? Like the check registry, is that part of it?
There is a section for checks there.
That hasn't been updated.
Let me respond to that. One of the things that I've uncovered is I shared with you all, and I put it in a memo, and I've stated it at the city manager's report. We should be doing bank reconciliations on a monthly basis, and we haven't been. We are currently now on our monthly bank reconciliations. Our finance department is just entering November of 2025. So what you're not seeing is there's nothing for the system to take an update if a bank reconciliation is not getting completed.
What I'm saying is that it's not about the bank reconciliation. Every time a check used to go out, you would see it like on a month. It would show it. It's not the reconciliation like bank. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about every check. So you're paying out a particular vendor, you can look it up.
Oh, Ricardo's here.
Well, sorry.
Good evening, Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. We do have the transparency portal, and it is updated every week. If you go to citynmb.com and click on transparency portal, under vendor payments, it actually shows all of the payments. Last check showing there is May 13th.
So the check, so every check that's happened up until May 13 is there, current?
Correct.
And you can see, and that's all there?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so I think you might be referring to the prior page where they actually had to upload that process manually. That has been updated since, and it's all automated now.
That's part, I never saw it. Like, I was trying to figure out, because that's how everybody would be, from my understanding, it was something that even Mr. Kazan put up saying, I want to see every time a check goes out, who's signing off for it, who's getting paid, may it be a vendor or some other consultant as you guys are utilizing. But like I said, I'm for this particular resolution. I just want to make sure that those things are, and the guardrails are put.
Yes.
You're saying that you're enough for that. I think that it's like a new thing. We've never had a situation where you had a manager and a CFO all in one. That's never happened before.
Well, I prefer it not to happen.
So I have a question. So you said that you don't have access to do, you can only view.
Correct.
Right. So hypothetically, we wanted you to have access to it. How would that work?
We would have to contact Bank of America, and Bank of America would have to agree based off of the person's position to allow access to the Cash Pro system. There can only be 2 people to have access to the Cash Pro system at any given time to make changes.
So has any other city managers, do you know, have
I don't know.
And you don't have any approval queues to approve?
I still prove the city manager's viewing, which says that, one, the department has the authorization to purchase this item.
Right, because I know that the department heads have their higher queue. Do you fall into any of their queues?
Yes. Again, my signature says that the department head has the authority to make that purchase.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
And just so we can close up and we can vote on this sucker, or on this resolution, just to be fair, the Anthony Bronson, they've been here since what, last month?
I'd have to look at the date.
No,
I believe it's less than a month.
So it's been less than a month, and that's why, to Commissioner Jean's point, if they've been here less than a month and they've charged how much?
$20,000.
And the other firm,
Is $40,000.
And how long have they been here?
They've been here a bit longer.
How long?
I don't know the exact dates.
But it hasn't been more than 2 commission meetings? Or?
It has been more than 2 months now.
So it's been like, let's say, what,
6
40?
weeks. Let's say 6. Let's
6
go
weeks.
between 6 weeks.
6 weeks for 6, and they made like $40-something thousand. Like, is $150,000 going to be enough?
If it's not, we'll have to come back.
Call the question.
Yes. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
I second it.
Which Vice Mayor
9.11.
seconded?
Move to introduce 911, Resolution R 2026-71.
Item 9.11, resolution number R 2026-71, approving and authorizing a task order for professional engineering services for operational support and staff augmentation services for the Community Development Department, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a task order for professional engineering services for operational support and staff augmentation services for the Community Development Department in an amount not to exceed $150,000 with the Corradino Group under the Continuing Services Agreement for Professional Consulting Services, and authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager. This is your item.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
It's your
It's your item.
I thought you had a question.
No, your name's on it.
Okay, so this item is very similar to 9.9, where we were getting permission from the commission to allow us to have augmentated services in order to run our finance department. This item is to bring in Corradino to provide support to us to run our community development department.
How much is it?
$150,000.
What happened to our director? He was so fun.
Well, to that point, when I got the email, and I don't want to cut you off, Commissioner John, when I got the email that we were pulling the Williams, because I was trying to figure out what was going on, because I know it was scheduled, and I know you clarified it because of notice and what have you. I found out that we don't have forgot the positions, what,
Community development.
community development. Yeah, director. And I also saw that, and yeah, if you can explain that. What happened there.
Absolutely. So we have notification from the state of Florida that we essentially do not have. As of April, we do not have a community development department. The community development department for the city of North Miami Beach missed its deadline to submit its comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan generally takes 6 to 9 months. The comprehensive plan has not been worked on until October. So we're going to require about 6 to 9 months for us to complete the comprehensive plan update. And the state of Florida will not allow us to do any city initiatives from the community development department during that time. We will be allowed to do private developer initiatives, but none from the city. So the affordable housing plan that I was working on, that will be frozen for the next 6 to 9 months. The reoccupancy inspection ordinance that the members of the commission were requesting, that will be on hold. And there are some other items as well that are going to be city initiative that we will not be able to move forward until we complete our comprehensive plan update.
With the ordinance that's currently here for first reading, the one I know it's here, would that be impacted as well?
No, because it skirted the yes.
Mr. Manager, the previous director was working on some community engagement activities going from neighborhood to neighborhood. Was that part of the plan that was supposed to be submitted?
No, ma'am.
That was something, what was that?
Oh,
that he
are you
was
talking about
working
the
on?
charrettes that occurred in October?
Yes.
Yes.
Those, because he was doing a few of them consecutively. Was that to gather the information?
So we have a contract with Cordino as the consultant for the comprehensive plan update. It's a $300,000 contract. We're about $100 and something thousand in, but for whatever reason, the community development department did not move forward with Cordino to complete the comprehensive plan. From what I can see, the last correspondence was in October of last year.
When was the last charrettes? Anyone remember when the last one was?
I believe it was October of last year.
But I thought some of that.
Commissioner
plans a year.
Commissioner Smith.
I thought some of that charrette was county. The county brought them in to discuss. That wasn't city. That was to discuss the new train, and they had hired the same company. I think this is mandatory. It's an easy. I'll call for the vote because somebody brought a project before me. There's one girl, one woman handling the whole department by herself.
Well,
so I'm going to make.
No, I'll second that. But here's the one issue I have is just like how I remember us a long time ago how people used to get very upset about us outsourcing and contracting out. Kind of the same makeup as the prior setup in the augmentation. The one thing I find kind of, and to me, that seemed very interesting is that the letter or the correspondence, because I don't know when you let go the community development director, but there's a letter that came before that happened, pretty much offering the services. And I don't know if that was part of your decision making in doing what you've done, because you said that they didn't complete the project, the comp plan. So was that because I saw the letter came in like a few days before?
When you say the letter came in,
it was an engagement letter from Cordino Group. I don't want to mispronounce their name.
Okay.
But what is it?
Correndino.
Correndino Group. So it came in, and then I guess the director was let go like a couple of days after that. At least from the date. If you have a copy, of the letter?
No, I don't.
The engagement letter from Corendino, like you have.
So that didn't play a factor. I was not looking for a vendor, Cordino or any other vendor, to replace our community development director. What did play a factor is, and he was allowed to resign at his own choice after having these discussions. What did play a factor is not even being informed. I hosted a meet and greet for my office to have the opportunity to meet with him and his staff. And then that was when I was made aware because I asked the question. There's a state statute that requires you to submit a comprehensive plan. So just in introducing myself, hi, I'm the city manager. You guys are community development. Hey, well, when's the next comprehensive plan update due? And everyone gets quiet in the room.
And nobody engaged, and he didn't try to engage her at that department at all?
He said that he had informed that under the previous structure that he was reporting to the former assistant city manager, and that he had informed her numerous times that we weren't moving forward with the comprehensive plan update. I found the answer to be insufficient. I was appointed in February. And then the previous assistant city manager who had been no longer with us for an entire month. But so to rely on the fact that you inform the previous assistant city manager of the status of the city's community development department, that was an insufficient answer. Yeah. And there were some other factors that played in.
Commissioner John, no?
Didn't somebody call the question?
Yes. We got a
I called the question.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
I believe that exhausts what was the previous consent agenda. Item 10.1 has been deferred.
Moved in, 10.1 is deferred?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then we can go to 11.1.
Legislation.
Ordinance number 2026-04, second reading.
That's Commissioner Sue.
Item
Mr.
what-
Mayor?
oh, a motion.
If I could ask a question, it has been brought to my attention, and I just want to get clarification from the commission that quasi-judicial items at commission meetings are permissible. If that's a fact, I wanted to get.
We voted the quasi-judicial would be in their own meeting. And
Correct.
if we had quasi-judicial now, we would be here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
So the quasi-judicial, Mr. Mayor, that we had approved a process where anything 6 units and above considered commercial would be in a separate meeting.
I forgot. Well,
Anything that's below that we can
we
entertain.
had our own specific.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. That's something we.
Due
Yes.
to the community development.
Yes. So I guess that. We have to. We voted for it to be brought back at next commission meeting. Did we not?
We set it for the next commission meeting, yes, sir.
So, but based on our own standard, that's supposed to go like the third,
The fourth.
the fourth week, which is
fourth Thursday of the
the
month.
fourth Thursday, and that date would be what?
I think it is a particular, excuse me for interrupting,
Sorry.
but I think it's not that date. I think there's a specific calendar for the backup, just as there is a calendar for the commission meeting dates. There's a calendar that is passed by the clerk.
To Commissioner Smith's point, we specifically did this for a reason because of like community engagement and the fact that we wanted to have, and that was, I guess it was somewhat of a compromise because of that second meeting that we did. So
But Mayor, the thing is that sometimes the fourth Thursday would be Thanksgiving Day, so it's not automatic that it's.
Then we move it.
We don't, if it were to be Thanksgiving Day, we don't even have a meeting regardless.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I believe that there's
No,
a
it's
calendar of commission meeting dates and a calendar that says that usually the Thursday of the week following,
No,
whenever the
it's
commission meets, would be the date, but that may be adjusted if it's Thanksgiving or it's Christmas.
Yeah, we have that.
It's a calendar that
Okay,
you
we
adopt
have
for
a
the year.
calendar that we do every year in advance. And we have an optional fourth Thursday of
for
the month.
specifically those types of.
For commission meetings, really. And then at this, when we voted this in, we said we would do it
for
at that
multifamily
at that
developments, yeah.
fourth,
Big-
at the next fourth. If the next fourth happens to be Thanksgiving, then we do it we can always change it. It didn't say that we weren't allowed to change a
Well,
date.
but from his standpoint, the developer showed up. We did. I can understand how that can be a massive issue. Look.
We can make an
you passed
exception.
a calendar.
I think we should keep making except because, like I said, that wasn't that. And I don't know if the city manager's office was aware of that because we did make that type of resolution. We did agree to that. Now that we know that we did just to accommodate this developer, and we did make and there was an issue of when it got publicized anyway. So this is the best compromise we can come up as opposed to putting. I don't know how many thousands of dollars that the developer is going to have to put forward and mitigating our own mistake.
So what we need to do,
Introduce.
wait, so what we need to do is keep the proclamations and the next ordinances and legislation for the following month
Okay.
low, so we have time to.
Okay.
Move to
So,
introduce.
just before you do,
Was that the question that the manager was
Hold on.
asking?
what is your decision about when you want to hear the particular quasi judicial?
No, on this issue, it stays for next meeting.
Okay.
It stays because we've already voted on it, and we have to make that exception.
But we have to.
But my question, Mr. Mayor,
It has
is,
to be the multifamily quasi
Okay.
big developments
Okay.
have to be on that
The-
fourth Thursday.
okay?
Thursday.
All right, is that automatic? Do I request a special commission meeting?
No,
How's the process?
we've already agreed. It's always there.
Since
Okay.
We adopted
Mayor,
a calendar.
But wait.
Since we told them that
Aren't
we would
we
do it at the
under
next
that if
commission
there is
meeting,
no
we just said we will
community
keep it.
development, then
Jay,
we'll
shh.
hear it.
We just agreed
that's-
that
it's only
since
for
we
those
told him that
So I
we would
just schedule it.
just, yes.
Got it.
But if we can keep the agenda and the proclamations on the low, that'll give us time to hear it and not come home at 2 a.m.
We did it because-
Everything you're saying is correct, but I believe that it does not, what you passed does not say the 4th. I think it says a Thursday to be scheduled according to the calendar, because there are months when it's not the 4th.
Okay,
It
so
might be
so
the
if it
3rd or
doesn't
the
say it, it was an error, but it's always the following one. If
Yes.
it happens to be
Yes,
Thanksgiving,
that's
so
correct.
then it has to wait a
It's
little
the
bit longer.
following Thursday unless there's
No,
a
not the
conflict.
following, the 4th
Wait, hang on.
Thursday of the month.
Commissioner Smuckler, may I, just to clarify?
And then Commissioner,
We actually have
turn off.
dates of
Yes,
exact dates
the dates
already
are already in the
established.
calendar.
All right. So,
And those are for quasi judicial. It falls on a Thursday.
yes.
So I don't know why we had to move it to the next meeting.
No, but it was scheduled for this meeting. They didn't.
No, it was, but then it was moved, right? And
But
it has-
it moved to another commission meeting.
right, and it's not supposed to be on that day.
But we already
why I
let the
asked.
developer know already.
Are we doing Thursday? Like
No,
this coming
no,
Thursday?
No, we're doing it at
We're
the
doing
next
it-
commission meeting.
Yes. We're doing an exception because
No, at the next commission meeting. Okay, let's
Okay,
start.
no, I got that. I understand. I'm,
Guys, I
I
think
don't
I think
understand
staff,
why we
staff
don't
knows
utilize that
what they need
day.
to do.
Aye.
Staff knows what they need to do.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yeah,
Isn't
I think
that
we're.
mute anyway because we have no community development? We can't move forward with any new.
We can move forward with private initiatives.
Private.
Yes.
Yes.
Private,
We have
that's
an
a private
acting
one.
Okay.
Community Development Director, the Deputy City Manager, until the Corradino Group is arranged. The manager has asked the Deputy City Manager, who is filling the chair as interim Community Development Director, but now that you voted for the Corradino Group, they will come in and name somebody. So there's no reason that we
Okay,
can't
I got
have
it.
the normal course of
Well,
business moving.
last thought, Commissioner Sue, so we can move on.
thank you. I have a question. Mr. Manager, what was the reason why they moved it?
Wait, what-
We moved it or
No,
they
that's-
moved it?
I did that,
You
Mr.
did that because?
There was, we have a brand-new system of providing notice that goes through a
The White-Miami-Dade
website at
County.
the county. On his last day of employment, our previous community development director posted the item for tonight to that website. Unbeknownst to him, or I think anybody here, he posted it at by 5:15 or something on Friday night, which was sufficiently in advance. Apparently, that website at 5 p.m. cuts off for the day, and it came out published on the following Monday, which only provided 8 days of advance publication, which is insufficient. 10 is called for. Although the developer would have just as soon gone forward, we decided, and by we, I mean my office, said we cannot move forward with something that was not noticed 10 days in advance. We have to renotice it. They weren't happy about it, but we don't do things that are incorrect.
Okay, so I have a, can I just want to chime in first because I haven't spoken about this yet. So what I wanted to say was, I really shy away from having a quasi-judicial on a commission meeting day because we have held up, and I want to be an investor-friendly city, right? Last time we had a quasi-judicial jury coupled with our commission meeting. They had to sit there and wait for 3 hours, and they have to pay their attorneys. And I know that, you know, it's not our money, but I think it's like let's extend an olive branch, give them an opportunity to come in, say what they need to say without having to go through the entire list of items. And if we have proclamations going over by another hour, like, then they're going to sit there and wait for another hour. I mean, today, I feel bad about having our residents wait, but I know that all the people who were receiving proclamations were also here waiting to be recognized. So, I mean, I encourage us to have a separate meeting for the quasi-judicial, just so that they get fast-tracked into the meeting without anything else except for any public comment that is required.
We're not changing anything. The only reason we're making this exception is because of what happened, like the notice issue. That's why
Because the next meeting that would be June 25th. So we're adding another, because it's either June 16th, which is the next scheduled
So are we
meeting.
doing June 16th or are we doing 25th?
No, the 16th.
we already
told them.
we already told them. That's the thing. Like, it's just this one instance.
We messed up one time. Now we can't tell them.
Yeah, we
"Oops,
can't
messed
undo
up
that
again."
because they've already made plans and
So
arrangements.
what we did is we asked the manager to please keep the agenda on the low. And as commissioners, the second of us should try to keep the proclamations on the low as well.
All right.
Ju- Just so you know, on the low means that, nobody knows about it.
26-76.
So, yeah,
Second.
Well, then,
to a minimum, keep it to a
to a
minimum.
minimum,
Yeah.
but I like on the low.
Yeah, oh.
Can I change it?
It's Commissioner Shu's
On
resolution.
the low.
Could I just ask a question?
It's the
Mr. Mayor?
I'm gonna give you a point of purpose.
Mr. Mayor?
Legislation.
Ordinance.
It's the
Oh,
ordinance.
all right. Wait. Before you start, please, final thoughts,
Why
please.
can't we call them? We have 10 days. Just a second. Why can't we call the developer? They would want to do it faster than slower. They would want to do it this month. They don't want to wait 6 weeks. Why wouldn't we call them and have a meeting the fourth Thursday? That would give them the 10 days. What you don't understand is if you look at the
It's not
time.
10 days. It's business days. No, but it's not. The 28th would be like 6
Listen,
business days. or-
The reason we voted on the quasi judicial to be in a separate meeting is because it's 10:30 and we haven't done
No, because
legislation.
we messed. The city messed up. That to be clear, like, we didn't do the notice properly. This is the one time. I understand what you're saying, but this is the one time that we made this exception. Like, we were ready. They were there right now. They have relied on our decision. They've already gone. So, and if we were to work under your time, it's not enough days. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's like 6 business days.
It's not enough days. So
It's too late for this month.
It's too
And if you do it at the next commission meeting instead of a following Thursday, you're limiting that it's only going to be at most 4 weeks before they get that thing heard, not 6.
I understand. I wanted to do it this coming Thursday week, but is it?
Not
that's
enough
my
time.
question.
Not enough time.
Is
It's
it
not
10
enough time.
Excuse me, is it my 10 business days or is it 10 days?
It's 10 days, but it has to still be run. It has to appear and it has to be published. I believe that takes place the day after it's posted. I'm not sure, but it's still not 10 days before
9
this
days,
Thursday.
even if it's not
Tuesday
business.
night already.
Yeah.
And
That would
next
make it 9
Thursday is
regular
not 10 days away.
Mr. Manager, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, can we get, do you have a listing of pending developments, like applications that might be in the pipeline to gauge? We haven't heard quasi in a few months. Is there a pipeline of projects that, I know we're going to be halted because of the whatever regulations, but are there a pipeline of projects being on hold or anything like that? Or in the,
Projects on hold or projects
projects
in the queue?
in the queue?
Yes, we can get you a list of those items.
Okay, thank you.
Could you send it to all the commissioners? I mean,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We got a motion and a second, City Attorney. Go on to introduce.
Item 11.1, ordinance number 2026-04. Second reading, noise ordinance sponsored by Commissioner Sue. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the City of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Section 9-4, Noise Control, to establish specific noise regulations for outdoor power tools and landscaping equipment at residences and for outdoor events, and to clarify enforcement, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. And Mayor, before we get into it, there is a couple of minor things that were suggested in a question from Commissioner Smith that she has raised, and I want to just get those on the record quickly. They are, in my opinion, such small, they are not of sufficient, they are not sufficient changes as to require a new second reading. They are very minor. There were two of them, and in particular, give me 1 second here, and we have it. One relates to 9-4.6D. It asked for, Commissioner Smith asked that we define contractors and service personnel. We're going to see if there is a definition given of that in the county ordinance, and if there's not, we will, as we are permitted to correct minor matters, scrivener's errors, we will add some definition unless the county has already done that. The other is 9-4.6E. It says that it relates to the real property or asset, and we will add after the word asset for clarification, such as, in parentheses, such as personal property, close parentheses, the idea being that it may not be real property, it may be a motor vehicle, it may be a boat. So to further clarify what's meant by asset, we would put in parentheses, such as personal property. The first one, again, if the county hasn't preempted it, will provide some minor definition. Those are very minor. They don't change the character of the ordinance in any way. They are questions that were raised by Commissioner Smith, and it's our opinion that making those very minor changes does not require another second reading. Everyone is clearly on notice what this ordinance is about.
I make a motion to approve.
I was going to allow commissioners.
Oh,
So you're fine the way it is?
I have a question.
See,
I don't mind. I don't mind the clarification or the parsing out, but I mean, yes.
Commissioner Smith.
The whereas about the Dade County amending section 21-28, they amended that only on the waterfront and the street side. It wasn't amended for everything. It doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. I'm just bringing that to everybody's attention.
I believe we did amend it as well.
The operation of, and it goes on to say 25 feet here in reference to music and televisions, etc. On number 2, the purpose of this subsection number 2 on page 3 of 5, it says the outdoor, you can't have noise, and they're including the garage, and they're saying any vehicle door. So if the windows or the garage side door that gets you out of the garage is open, that apparently won't count, because it says if any of the vehicle door, which would mean a door like a garage door. So it wouldn't count. I have a house for sale that has windows on both sides of the garage. And when it came to the violation on F, I just was going to add outside of 7-Eleven. It's a $500 fine. Actually, at the top, it tells you the fine is $150, $300, $500, which I'm very happy with that. But at the bottom, it says, or shall be subject to a civil fine of $500 per occurrence. So I'm not sure if that's a little ambiguous, and that's all I have.
City Attorney?
Is it ambiguous as far as the fine goes?
Commissioner, I was yesterday, I got some questions that you'd raised, both of which I addressed.
Yes.
Frankly, the things that you're raising now, I'd have to go back and compare them to the county ordinance. I really can't answer them on the fly like that.
Okay,
if they are of the same nature, because we do have the right under the documentation and in the ordinance itself, it says we can make certain corrections that are in the nature of a scrivener's error. If it says something where there is some ambiguity that requires a minor clarification, we'll be happy to do that if that's the case. If it's more significant than just, I mean, if it says it has a Schedule 1 place and underneath it, if there's an issue, and that's different about how much, and it's different than what the county did, then we may have to, if you're concerned, it could mean that we have to make a further amendment, but I can't do that. I would need the information that you just said. I can get it off the tape and I can go back and take a look, but it's
Well, I
just
think
not.
that one is important, the ambiguity of it. I think it is. I'm sorry if I didn't give it to you before because I did all this on Saturday. But when you have a stack this big, perhaps I didn't see that.
I appreciate that. The ones that I got yesterday, late in the day, we looked into both and we were able to fix. I'm not saying it's not important. It's just not something I can answer without the
I
county.
actually think it is important.
I
It's ambiguous.
don't disagree that it's important. I'm just saying, in this case, because we are not just adopting our own, but we have to go along with what the county did and mirror them. If the mistake is in theirs, I can't come up with something that differs. Otherwise, I would just do it here like I usually do and just look at it and figure it out and tell you what the language is. But in this one, I have your comments. I'll get them off from the clerk off the tape. We will look at them individually. If there's a mistake that's a scrivener's error on our part that's different from what the county did, we'll fix it.
Okay.
But if the county made the mistake, it's a bigger issue because we can't adopt something different than them, but we will go back and look, and I agree with you. If that's not clear, if I'm not saying it is important, and we will get to the bottom of it. I just am unable to do that right here without an opportunity to investigate what the.
Okay, I had my agenda review at noon yesterday, so I'm sorry I didn't get it until late. That's number one. Number two, I didn't know until this second that this noise ordinance was a copycat of the county. I thought we originated our own ordinance with Commissioner Sue.
We originated a
Yes,
noise
we did.
ordinance, but we found out that
doing
the
changes.
county was acting at the same time. We were notified by our county commissioner Mickey Steinberg's office, and so we deferred this item to see what the county did. We actually had incorrect information because we were told the county was acting on it on April 21st, the day of our last meeting, but that turned out to be incorrect. That turned out to be a committee meeting at the county. They didn't adopt it until sometime earlier this month in May, and then we had to get the actual copy of what their final draft was. So I'm not trying to say that there's anything improper with your review.
I'm not saying there is either, because the numbers have changed from the first reading to second reading on the fines, which I'm very pleased with. I like the new numbers better.
And there's
But
no
that-
issue with taking those numbers. It was fine. We do not believe it affected the ability to move to second reading. The fact that the amount of the fines was adjusted, it's a fairly minor adjustment. And again, anyone with a problem with that, who didn't like it or wanted to speak to it, was on notice that we were going to be taking action and setting fines. That doesn't mean every time there's a change, we have to go back to first reading. And there's no problem. I mean, I got the two I received, I was able to have time to research. They came late yesterday. That's enough time. But the ones that you just raised, I just have to go back and take a look.
I understand. I'm going to
happy
make a
to do that.
motion. I'm going to make a motion that we table the second reading till the next meeting so the attorney can research it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Next item.
I also
Oh.
just to clarify something with Commissioner Smith. So initially, our ordinance had to do with power tools after hours. We have a lot of residential, in the residential zone, in the zoning for residents. single families, what happens is people use their yards as for business purposes, whether it's like about vehicles or, you know, sawing things or drilling things, and they've been doing this, and they do them into the wee hours of the in the morning, and it actually disrupts, like, you know, residents. Now, the county has an issue with marine vehicles that are parked too close to the shore and are blasting music till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And that is the reason why they extended that to have it not be heard more than 25 feet away. And they're all prima facie, which means whatever you see at that distance is what is going to be judged. So that's the backstory between it.
No,
So
I knew the backstory.
so
Thank you.
yes, but no, because you said you didn't know that this was a piggyback of the city, the
Because
county,
he
but I'm saying
changed
it's
it.
not.
He said he has to go back to look at review the counties. So now I know why he's not looking at it now, because he's gonna go back and look at the county,
Okay.
because, which is a whole different story than what you're just trying to say. But I get it, I get it perfect. Thank you both so much.
Mayor, if I might, I would ask the commission, instead of a vote to quote table, would defer to a date certain the next.
I withdraw my motion and I make a new motion to make a date certain the next commission meeting.
Wait. We have to open this up. Okay, we have to open.
We already approved.
We were there, like, how do we fix
Technically, the proper way to do it is to
Reconsider.
move to reconsider.
All right, you're on the
I
prevailing
move
side.
to reconsider.
I second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now we're back.
Now a new motion, Commissioner.
I make a motion that we have date certain, we bring this back for a second vote the next commission meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Next item.
Move to introduce ordinance number 20-26-07, first reading.
11.2, ordinance number 2026-07, first reading, establishing community association registry, sponsored by Commissioner Sue, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, GA 02-2026 Community Association Registry, amending Chapter 14 entitled Building and Housing, adding Section 14-13 Community Association Registry, establishing local requirement for registration for community associations with the city, including enforcement and provisions for enhanced transparency and alignment with Miami-Dade County Community Association Registry, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Let's open up for public comment. This is first reading. Madam Clerk.
If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward.
I'm sorry? It's
11.2.
11.2, item ordinance number 2026-07.
No one's come forward, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, back to the commission. Commissioner Chernoff.
My question is regarding who is going to establish it? Are we going to have to hire an employee? How is it going to be handled?
Okay, so
That's Commissioner Sue.
all right. We have partnered up with the county to do this registry. So that way we don't have to host it. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
That answered my question.
But we get to enforce. There's some teeth in it for us. If we do find, you know, some predatory HOAs that we want to, you know, to do something with, we can.
We are requiring it,
Yeah.
Commissioner, but it would be turned into them because they're maintaining it. But if we don't require it, then they really, it's questionable what jurisdiction they have in our city unless we say people have to, but they have to turn it into them.
Second.
It was a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smuckler. Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon.
Yes. On first reading, is there public comment or no?
I
No
opened
one's-
it, man.
No one's come.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I didn't
Public
hear it.
comments closed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're correct, sir. There,
Okay. Okay.
yes, it was open, but
All right. I've
Vice Mayor is correct. There is public comment. No one had it.
Okay, your vote, please. Vice Mayor?
Okay, I vote yes. And I also wanted to say I'm a yes on the tabling of the 11.1.
And my vote is a yes.
For this item.
And
For this
did you get to the mayor?
Okay. Mayor Michael Joseph? It passes.
Okay.
Move to introduce number 2026-08.
Second.
13.3.
Second.
11.3, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Item 11.3, ordinance number 2026-08 on first reading, establishing standards for second set of cooking facilities, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 24 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach entitled Zoning and Land Development, amending Article 8 entitled Supplemental Regulations to add Section 24-90.2 entitled Second Sets of Cooking Facility to establish standards for additional kitchen within single-family detached residences, amending Article 15 entitled Other Development Review Procedures, amending Section 24-176.1 entitled Administrative Waiver Process, and amending subsection G entitled Conditions and Safeguards to add language to authorize administrative approval of an additional kitchen area subject to specific conditions, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date.
Good evening. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Karen Harold. Okay, so when I first bought my house about 13 years ago, I wanted to take a small section of the dining room and put like doors that slide and put in like a small kitchen to prepare for Passover. I usually switch my kitchen as it is now about 1 or 2 weeks before Passover. You have all your Passover meals for the 8 days, and then you have to put everything away. So I wanted to do that, put in like a refrigerator, a sink, a oven, just a very small area so I could open the doors and still have access to my kitchen for the food that we can't eat on Passover. And I was told I couldn't, just with somebody who was helping me with the house, I was told, oh, the city doesn't allow a second kitchen. So that would have been wonderful for me to do it. It's a lot involved when you prepare for Passover. I have, not just me, a religious person, separate dishes, separate everything. I spend probably 2-3 days just to scrub my kitchen, clean the kitchen, everything, line the refrigerator, and then again after, you know. And so in the meantime, you either eat takeout or you have a little cabinet somewhere else where you have your cereal and that. So there was a neighbor here but earlier and who wanted to speak, but she had to leave because it was getting late. So a few things she mentioned were multi-generational living, difficult to entice an aging parent or in-law to move in, feeling independent is the key, having their own space to cook, which when my mom, she passed away at 95, 5 years ago, but she came to live between me and my brother at 92. So I wanted to put a small section of the house, you know, to build it for her and put like a kitchen so she can have her own little apartment, but a door that would come into our house. I didn't really end up having the space, but you couldn't have 2 kitchens anyway. So also she said adult children, college age or after, cost of living is so out of hand that oftentimes adult children are living back at home. It would be nice to foster the independence that would be needed once they eventually are financially able to move out. And then also she mentioned about Passover. She has a much larger family and she cooks every meal probably for 15, 20 people. She takes like a whole month to prepare. She has a pod that she brings all of her kitchen, all of her stuff in for Passover. The pod she stores all year, brought to her house, and she has like a whole month to switch her kitchen and cook and then get it taken away. So anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Next speaker.
No other speakers.
Seeing none, public comment is now closed. I do have a couple of questions regarding secondary dwellings and to see if any. Can this be, because I know there's a, to be applicable, this is not retroactive. You can't grandfather a second, like if you had a kitchen already, can you grandfather in after this or no?
I don't know how you have one that's in compliance with our current rules and regulations, but if somehow, I don't know, if a variance or something had been granted.
No, what if they just have it in there now?
It would be grandfathered.
It would be grandfathered if that happened, but I don't know how someone could have or would have gotten authorization. But like I said, if there was some separate process that they did it and it was approved, it
No,
wasn't
no, no,
done
I'm just-
illegally, then you could grandfather it in if it was a result of a variance.
And how did we deal? This is the question I have. Here's the question. Now, if let's say, right, how's it? Because I don't know if we have anybody from building, right? We passed this. I know it's first reading. I'm supportive of that. I concur. I think this is good for the community in general. However, if someone did put like a secondary kitchen already illegal or whatever, could they then get through this amnesty? I don't know what it would be called. Could they avail themselves of this new type of ordinance, saying that, oh no, it's legalized?
It's conceivable that someone could ask for an after-the-fact permit that complied, and they would have to go through the regular process. However, I should add, for clarity, that a couple of the situations that Ms. Harold referred to, I think for the other neighbor who had been here, this is limited strictly to single family. So the notion that you could really create a second apartment that was mother-in-law quarters or a mom or a student probably does not comply with the very strict requirements here. The stuff that was talked about for Passover is another story, and the sponsor may have further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, no, because the and I just want. If you tell me that there's a preclusion from that happening, can you add it on there or no? Can it be say, hey, you can't be grandfathered in? Meaning that if you're gonna create this new kitchen, then you can do it. You can do it not under code, but it can't be grandfathered in.
No, I was gonna address that. I don't think that any addition that was done without a permit, which we don't allow to begin with, is going to be legit. What they would have to do is they would have to tear down the structure to show the.
I just don't know. Is that correct?
This is how building works.
We have, I have to agree with Commissioner Sue on this.
All right.
There's a building department that conducts inspections. Because you apply for an after-the-fact permit, you can do that, but you have to demonstrate that everything you did has been done according to code, because it still has to be inspected. Now, do you have to tear it down to the bare walls? Maybe not. Maybe. It depends on what you can do.
Depends on the inspector.
Yeah, and the type of construction. If you put in transparent walls so the inspector can see what you did, then you might not have to, but otherwise you're knocking holes in it, so the junction box and things like that have to be inspected by an inspector who passes it. So the likelihood that an after the fact, like I said, it's one thing if you had permission. Let's say you got a variance.
That's fine.
But if it's just illegal, you can ask for the permit after the fact, but that doesn't pass inspection until you demonstrate to the inspectors that everything you did was according to code.
Right. Because like the Florida Building Code doesn't have anything against this. We just have to make sure that like everything that was installed is actually done per code and is safe. Right, including like electrical, mechanical.
So what you're concerned about, Mayor, is practically speaking not a problem.
Yeah, it was a concern. It was a question. And there's not a when you say single family, is there a side like what's the floor?
What's your question, Mayor?
The square footage. There's no square footage limit.
There was in the Miami Beach ordinance that we modeled after. There was one, but our proposed ordinance does not have a minimum square footage. But you still have it. Not in this one.
It doesn't have.
What are you talking about?
Meaning that it does, like Miami Beach says, you have to have a certain square footage to avail yourself of this particular benefit.
Ours,
you don't have that. It could be like
But you have to still submit plans. The plans have to meet code. The code specifies certain distances for things and certain things that you have to do to comply with the Florida Building Code. And if your home does not allow you to comply with the Florida Building Code, then you cannot be approved for a second kitchen.
I'm just wondering, why did the beach do that?
They wanted to limit it to larger residences. The sponsor here does not want to limit it, but it's still subject to the provisions of the Florida
building
Building
code.
Code. And if you can't adequately do this and comply with all the provisions of the building code, then you will be rejected.
Wait a second. The Florida Building Code calls a single-family home with one kitchen. Doesn't call it anything different.
Miami Beach is doing it. I don't know how they're doing it if that's so.
Florida Building Code does not limit to one kitchen. It doesn't. It doesn't have a restriction.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't. The county does.
Wait. You're telling me the Florida Building Code doesn't have a limit to the kitchen you can have in a single-family home?
No,
Well, don't forget, people they have summer kitchens outside.
Well, that doesn't count. We already have an indoor and outdoor kitchen available to the residents, but we don't have two indoor kitchens in a single-family home.
No, I understand completely. What I'd like to know, when it's my turn to speak, Mr. Mayor,
It's your turn to speak.
my only question is, how are we going to handle when a house is sold, number one?
Is what?
A house is sold. I mean, how are we going to follow up with the inspection to make sure when the public comment came up, the thing was that her mother lived with her and she would love to have a separate kitchen. You're not allowed, according to this, to have your mother live with you with a separate kitchen for her. You can't make an apartment for your son.
Correct.
You can't make an apartment for your mother.
That's correct.
So how are we going to follow up to make sure wherever they put the kitchen, then they didn't put a wall?
It's my understanding that we do inspections for certificates of reoccupancy.
No, we do not.
Do
North
not.
Miami
No,
does.
we are adding,
understood
that's
we
what I
did.
was going to say,
No.
was I will be bringing this.
We do not. We do not.
we will be
Because
bringing-
the Florida
I
Florida
plan to bring it in.
Florida Department of Realtors, the Florida Department of. Wait a minute.
That's a can of worms.
I would have to defer
No,
to the building department.
Because the Florida Board of
what's wrong with
Realtors,
that?
I thought we were only having
One at
one
a
person
time.
talk. You requested that.
I'm sorry.
Florida Board of Realtors have been against that for years. For years, they have called us and contacted us as real estate agents. And North Miami, they have that implemented, but many people, you have to have it done within 24 or 48 hours prior to the closing. And many people will take out the second kitchen, have the closing, and close and put the second kitchen back in. So but I just want to know how we're going to regulate it. We're saying what it's for, which I totally agree. The purpose is definite. We have a community that has a certain need, and we should help their need. But I want to know how our staff is going to regulate it, especially when a house is sold.
The only way you're going to regulate it is if there's a need for us to go into the house.
You have to have permission to go into a house.
I
You
would
can't
defer
just
to the building department, Commissioner Smith. That's something they need to answer.
Well, I'd like us to think about that for the second reading.
Okay.
So, you can't trust everything you read on the internet, but I just Googled, does Florida law allow two kitchens in one house? Keyword being Florida, by the way. So it says Florida law does not outright prohibit a second kitchen, but local municipal zoning codes strictly regulate them because a second kitchen can legally imply an unauthorized duplex, in-law suite, or multifamily use. You must check your specific city, blah, blah, blah. Now, again, I just asked Florida. I didn't say anything. Then later on, it says how it works in North Miami Beach. I didn't ask that question, but it's listening to us, okay? So it says, now maybe there's something out there that we don't know about, or maybe this is totally wrong, but it says kitchenettes. Many jurisdictions, including North Miami Beach, allow for a limited second kitchen, often called a kitchenette or wet bar. So could
We
it?
don't do.
Well, but a
This is
kitchen.
second kitchen.
I know, but a kitchenette, you know.
I mean, look, I don't know, the procedure in doing, and procedure in doing passive, I think it's a lot more rigorous than the internet would be utilized for. So that's why this is being proposed. I assume that this is gonna go before, Danny and the building department, for them to opine on this. No, we've already done it. Well, for us to be edified, and for him to be, he's not here. And this is first reading anyway, so I have no issues moving this along.
Okay, I just want to address something real quick. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Smith said that, you know, what's going to stop somebody from doing a second kitchen without a permit? I mean, I'll assume that they're already doing it. And if they want
They
to
have
sell,
a permit, but they're making it into, once the inspector's gone, they're gonna add a wall or whatever it takes to make,
I'm sure I mean, there's no way we can stop that. It's just that people who want to legally have two kitchens and have it be listed on their property as something that is going to be valuable to them, then they have this option. Because I believe in personal property, private property, and if they want to do whatever they want to do, it's up to them. If they need to sell it and they need to take out that second kitchen and tear down the wall that they put up, I mean, that's up to them as well. Because the appraisal, if they're getting any financing on it, and I only know if it's finance, if it's cash buying, then that's not my my forte. But the title company would do a search in the recording already about how many bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens, and any dens, all the rooms are counted when they appraise the property for any sales. So that's, like I said, I think it's up to them. But I believe in personal property. If they want to do that and they want to sell it as however many rooms that they have, whatever they already have in existence, then it's up to them.
Commissioner
That's what-
Smith, the other answer is that the way to monitor it would be to begin instituting a reoccupancy inspection. Now, that's not saying you should do that, but to say that it cannot be monitored, it could, but it would require, I believe, further changes. But again, that's a building department question.
But everybody, stop. Where is this happening? In the Jewish community, that single-family houses, they want two kitchens. For holiday, for whatever reason, it's happening already in single-family homes, period.
but it
Nothing
doesn't
else.
necessarily need to be in that. And the purpose of this is for that very purpose. But when you knock on doors, and especially with the economy being so bad, a lot of people rent their garage. Just go to the Sunray, you'll see how many people will say, don't forget the person in the garage. So it's not without realm that people will come to put in a second kitchen to make it easier or more valuable for them to rent it. What I'm, and I feel in my heart that there's not a lot we can do about it, but I'm wondering in the application if part of the process, is there such a means, I don't know, it sounds crazy, to say that this second kitchen is totally for the purpose of religious purposes, and they agree to that, and so that,
No, because then that's hard for the abuela.
well,
and-
I don't know how to, I don't know how to monitor it.
Sorry, so if we can make that the second kitchen has to be close to the first kitchen, then,
I don't think they can't, the purpose is so bifurcated that you can't contaminate.
right, no, but yeah, no. I'll give you an example. I have a family in Jacksonville. They have a kitchen, they have a wall, and right behind that wall, they have another kitchen. It's right next to each other. But the reason I'm saying for it to be next to each other is that if you put it at the other end of the house, that's the invitation to make it into a rental unit, an apartment or something. But if you keep it near to each other, then it'll be more difficult. And I'm telling you that the way they have that kitchen in the one that I saw, it's amazing. So.
But look, I understand the point, right? However, the limit to put that like requirement or restriction, I think will kind of defeat the purpose, right? because of the bifurcation. Like, look,
No, but I'm telling you that this kitchen, I know what kosher is. I know what kosher. I know what kosher for Passover is, but but if it's not that big, where are you going to put it?
No, what the whole.
Well, it's still a
So-
certain
First
distance.
reading by
Hang
title
on one
only.
second. Yeah, I know.
And then
I know
also,
that we want to get. I want to collect as much information that is,
But
that is
also-
a concern for you. But
Commissioner
can I-
Sue, you based on your statement, this was not meant to be punitive in nature. It's meant for people to harness the value of their home. So I think that, for first reading, we can let this move, but we need to make sure it speaks completely to that language so as not to adversely affect.
We don't want to
people that you
create,
want
we don't
to
want to create
help.
illegal duplexes.
No. It clearly states in here of what it could and could not do. So basically, I think that.
Call the question.
Yeah, second.
Who's the motion? He didn't necessarily call it.
wait, did you call?
That's fine.
He did. He did.
I'm noting it down. Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Definitely, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
All right, next ordinance is move.
Fortuna, you want to move?
Yes. Move to approve ordinance number 2026-09.
Second.
11.4, ordinance number 2026-09, first reading, regulating the ownership and operation of motorized scooters, sponsored by Commissioner Smuckler. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, regulating the ownership and operation of motorized scooters, providing definitions, requiring registration, imposing an application fee in the issuance and display of a motorized scooter registration decal, providing for transfer of decals addressing stolen, lost, mutilated, destroyed, or illegible motorized scooter registration decals, providing requirements and restrictions, providing for penalties and enforcement, and an effective date of enforcement, establishing an age restriction for the operation of motorized scooters, requiring government-issued photographic identification for the operation of motorized scooters, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Let me note that Commissioner Smuckler, in reviewing it, found a misspelling typo, which we'll correct, and possibly some issues with pagination. Those are scrivener's errors. There are a couple of other issues that she's raised about definitions, but again, we have to look at state law on those because there is a state law. We can't change a definition that's established in state law because doing so might mean that we don't have the authority to regulate at all. For instance, there's a weight restriction in state law, I believe. So right now, the only changes are a couple of from what's in front of you would be a couple of scrivener's errors, a misspelling, and some pagination, but we are going to look for some other issues.
All right, thank you.
Wait, can I ask a question?
First reading? Okay.
Public comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Karen Harold. I think this is an amazing, important. These electric scooters, the last year especially, have become a fad. And so there's a lot of peer pressure. And I see kids 10, 11, 12 years old. And sometimes people carry 2 and 3 kids, little kids on them with them. And it's become a fad. And I think it's just extra hard on the parents to tell their kid no. When I'm on a group and they were talking about this, one father said, well, I'm strict with my kids and I tell them and they listen to what I say. But then he said, well, a year ago, somebody told him that his kid blew through a stop sign. So he took it away for 2 months, but the action was already done. So I've seen this myself. I was going down 9th Avenue by 171st. I was going south on 9th. I saw I don't know, maybe he was 14 or 15. I couldn't tell because he was slouched down. He was about a quarter of a car behind a car, was traveling south. He was here. He was sitting down kind of on, scooted down, bending down, whatever, on his e-bike with like a skateboard or something across his lap. Only you could see his hands up, and he's following behind the car. And he was going so fast that you could see fringes that were blowing in the wind, okay? And he went to the left real quick, like to pass them. There was a car, but thank God he was like a block away. I was shocked. He just went out like that and in. So we need some kind of protection, and if it gives the parents strength to say no, because it's become now a form of entertainment. We do not have, like in my area, Windward, and we don't have a park for older kids. We were supposed to get that skate park a while ago, years ago, and somehow it never happened, and I guess the money got taken somewhere else. So we don't have anything for teenagers. We don't have anything for older kids. There's no place for them to ride, even regular bikes or skateboards. And so they use the streets. And anyway, I think it's a fad, and it would be helpful to have some regulation for the parents to be able to keep their kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Talking to the microphone.
Harold, I did the place where they're hanging out, especially those scooters behind the mall. I heard about what happened with the kid getting accosted, getting robbed, and stuff like that. So I understand. Yeah, I understand your point. We really don't have a place. We did have a skate park, but you're right, absolutely. So back to the commission.
Let me go.
Smugglers.
Thank you, Mayor. So back in 2024, there was a woman that was killed in Key Biscayne by a 12-year-old boy on a scooter. He ran into her, killed her. And ever since then, it's been in the back of my head that we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of this. And, not, let me rephrase it, not rid of this. We need to correct this. We need to do something better. But I never really thought that our city could do that. Like, I didn't think it was something we could do. And then about back in March or April, I read somewhere that Sunny Isles Beach had done it. So I reached out to Joe. I had him reach out to Jennifer Viscara in Sunny Isles Beach, and she told him, well, actually, I didn't have you. You reached out to her on your own. But our attorney reached out to the commissioner. She told him all about the ordinance, and basically, I think we've pretty much copied the ordinance that Sunny Isles has done.
The only thing I'd add, Commissioner, that's all correct. They made some changes, as you said earlier this year, but their changes were important and significant, but they already had an ordinance. They just added some stuff to make it tighter. The issue for us is we didn't have one, so we had to go back to scratch and start from the beginning. Other than that, everything, that's additional to what you said. Everything you said is accurate.
So we're not the only city. We didn't invent this. Sunny Isles did it. I'm sure Key Biscayne did something. I know that they had actually, when that woman was killed by that 12-year-old boy on a scooter, they had actually prohibited scooters for a short time during like an emergency. But like I walk my dog at nighttime. So between this crazy bird that's attacks us on 35th Avenue and between these like scooters because you don't hear them until they zoom right by you, and between the scooters and the crazy bird, like we're paranoid walking on 35th Avenue. And I'm just doing this for life safety. I'm not doing this because I want to collect money for the city for registration. I also know that this could impact police department, give them extra work. I don't necessarily want the police department to be looking at every kid to see, oh, this kid is this age, let's stop him or not. It's really to give the police department the opportunity to be able to do something when something doesn't look right, that when there's a child doing something wrong, at least the police department has an opportunity to educate them and save a life. And that's it.
Mr. Mayor.
I have a question too.
Everybody has questions.
Whoa, Commissioner Chernoff, then down the line.
Yeah, to the city attorney. Isn't it true that when there is a state ordinance or a county ordinance, we can always be stricter than them?
Technically, the answer to your question is no, but only because you said always. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, your statement is correct. In most cases, if there's a county or a state ordinance, we are permitted to be stricter. However, there are certain cases, a good example would be the banning of straws on beaches or something, where the state has come in and actually completely preempted it and said no one can have a stricter local ordinance than our state law. But where there is an express preemption by the state, or in our case, Dade County being unique because we're the only county that's in the Florida Constitution, there are times when the state or county can expressly preempt, but generally speaking, unless that happens, yes, we are permitted to be stricter.
And if I can just add something to that, I saw Senator Jones this weekend, and I told him about it, and he's actually he asked me to send it to him because he wants to add on to this to the state.
I saw him when you saw him.
Yeah, we saw them together, but. Right. So, and he also told me that there's an organization that's out there that actually tries to educate the children. So maybe between, and I don't want to say police officers, maybe community police officers, but someone from the police department can maybe go to the schools, or maybe we can get this company, this organization, it's an organization, to go to our local schools and educate the kids as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to commend you for bringing this item. I know I've been getting a lot of calls, a lot of emails from residents. I'm sure they copied you all here too. So kudos to you for bringing this up. I think it's important that we keep our sidewalks safe, keep our pedestrians safe, and especially, like, there are young kids walking to school, doing whatever, like people walking their dog, just relaxing. But I do want to see how we can really achieve this without actually becoming a little DMV, with the decals and all that, because I'm looking at how we can actually do this with a near zero financial impact. I think that if we were to, number 2 through 7, for example, are about issuing decals, I'm proposing that we kind of, maybe do away with that, because I think if, especially this one can kind of hold off a little bit.
No, but that's good, because it's like a bicycle that you used to always have to register.
Yeah, I used to.
No, I mean,
You knew who owned it.
Jay, it
You
is,
knew who-
excuse me, let me finish, please. Thank you.
Commissioner
Commissioner Chernoff, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Chernoff. So what I'm saying is that I think that when we do this, and the state hasn't, if the state is on the move of doing that as well, then it's fine. But I think that right now, we should really look into how we can eliminate administrative costs. Remember that if we decide to do decals, then somebody's got to monitor the database, somebody's got to register the person who owns it, and then we have to monitor and find it, and then when they get caught, or the police stops them, is it the code enforcement that stops them? Because they don't have the authority to stop them. So then it's only PD, and then we're taking PD off the streets for, more serious crimes, and to monitor this. So I'm looking at this as more like what you were saying before, which is perfect. I think it's about education. So taking away administrative, software fees, clerical burdens, decal costs, all that other stuff. The other thing that I'm a little concerned about is because it does say something about divided sidewalks, right? I think Sunny Isles had divided sidewalks, but only a portion of their city has that. I don't know if you're thinking about having divided sidewalks, because that would actually mean that we'd have to budget something for Public Works to draw in the lines. And I'm not 100% sure, looking at how wide our sidewalks are, whether they could fit another bike lane or, you know what I mean, on the sidewalk for a scooter. I mean, it might be something like, you know, scooter to the right, you know what I mean? Like fast lane, slow lane kind of thing, like we don't have that in Florida, but
We have scooters on our city street roads, right? Or like, I thought, is it only the state roads that the bike lanes are?
They do both. They do both.
We have it in our own municipal streets, right?
Some. We don't have them all.
I don't know.
I mean, it is going to be a big thing because I think Commissioner Chernoff was actually looking to advocate for, like, you know, bike lanes and them can share the miles an hour. I like the, you know, the speed, the age. I'm like all for it. I think it's great. How we enforce it, I think that's the hard part. But I think having something in place just so that we can use that as a platform to educate the kids and the schools and the whatnot. Maybe we could have a pamphlet, ask the teachers, or we have a school board member here.
Yeah.
We could ask the school board member to reach out to all the schools in neighboring, you know, North Miami Beach. So the second thing I wanted to add, and I know that this is not entirely like able because this is about e-bikes and one-wheelers. You know, they have these one-wheelers where you stand on two sides of the wheel and you control it with tilting your body. And they've got these e-bikes now. And the e-bikes are now even more like vicious than the scooters. Because they're like, you know, what is it called when they lift up their, you know.
Wheelie.
Yeah, there you go. You know, they're doing that. They're like driving recklessly and they're like actually taunting drivers.
Right. Can we add that, Joe? They're new bicycles. It's just one wheel.
There's like one-wheelers and e-bikes. But e-bikes are governed the same way as bicycles. So that's already.
I'm not sure that the right way to do it is to add it to this. It may
Maybe
be
it might be a
something
separate
that's
and apart.
freestanding and be a separate ordinance because the regulations of the two are not identical, according to my understanding.
Okay.
I'm not an
So-
expert on that, frankly, but I believe that they are different sets because e-bikes, I think, are regulated as
Yes,
bicycles.
they are.
And so trying to put it into the same ordinance might defeat everything. we're
Okay.
I have a proposal for the attorney to look at because it says, for example, like in the blank space in letter G, section 1, to define micro mobility devices to capture e-bikes, electronic skateboards, and one-wheels. Then we apply in section 8 safety behaviors to everyone on our sidewalks. That means 16 years or older, mandatory photo ID, 15 miles an hour cap, and the ban on distracted riding will apply to all motorized devices. So basically, like, we're adding it, but not actually doing the decals and all that other stuff for it. But I'll send this to you for your.
Okay, but if we try to do more than the law supports, we may defeat what we're trying to do, whereas since the regulation is different, we may just come back. I mean, there's nothing that says the other language you just talked about, distracted, et cetera. It could be in both. It doesn't all have to be in one. And the more complicated that we make it, the better the chance somebody objecting to it could get it struck down.
Okay. And then the third portion that I wanted to mention is I want to make sure that we, like in section 9, I want to explicitly direct that these violations to our existing special magistrate framework. So that way we're not hiring another set of magistrate, which is very expensive.
Yeah.
So we need to, like, I'd like to add that. I'd like to propose to add that.
If the sponsor has no objection,
No,
that makes
that's fine.
eminent sense.
Okay,
and I think
great.
that-
And then,
That's something we can certainly bring back
Mm-hmm.
for second reading. And I don't believe that defining which special magistrate is such a leap from what we're already doing that would require a new first reading. That seems to be just a minor enforcement point.
Right.
Like we can use the code enforcement and red light camera magistrate. I'm proposing that to you, up
Yeah.
to you to decide. I'm also thinking of, I don't know if this is possible, Mr. Attorney. Can we allow language allowing code enforcement to assist? And I know that they can't write tickets or stop people, so that's another thing. And clarify that a sworn officer affidavit with body camera footage is sufficient for hearings, so our police officers aren't burning expensive overtime at courts.
Commissioner Sue, I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know the answer.
Yeah,
to
even
that
I don't. When I heard
without
that,
looking,
that's pretty
okay?
detailed. You
I don't have the vaguest idea whether we can do that. I'm very skeptical of it. We can look, but
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
just-
that was very detailed.
if the chief is here, maybe they know, but I don't know
Chief is
that
like
we
looking
can
like,
give that what is essentially a police power, whether we have the ability to give that over to somebody that's not sworn.
Exactly.
I'm
That's
skeptical.
That's
of it.
I'm skeptical. Of that one.
Well, I mean, I'll send this. This language to you for you to
No, yeah.
investigate and find out whether it's possible. Because imagine, like, if they're sitting there in court for 4 hours, waiting to testify against the people who had violated the laws or whatever it is, and then
It would be our special magistrate. You just said it would go to, if it's a moving violation of some kind and they're going to write an actual traffic ticket, then that could happen. But if it's just to our special magistrate, we control that calendar, and we certainly are not going to have a police officer sitting in front of our special magistrate for 4 hours just because there's a long printout. We control that calendar. We would advance those and move them up to the top so our police officers could get back on the road.
Okay. All right, and then another one.
Okay.
Okay. No, I mean, I think this is what you already started up with Senator Jones.
Yeah.
I think we should all maybe create this and then, all support it and advocate with our state representatives and our state senators to make sure that they put something in place for all these vehicles.
Right.
100% behind you on this one, girl.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have this is the first reading? Do I have a?
I do too.
Commissioner John, then you, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you so much. I think Commissioner Sue took all the 99 points I had, so there's nothing left. But I did want to ask about the decal comment and the do we know how Sunny Isles executes this? Do they have a system where they register? Do they have that in place?
I believe there's no charge, and they put it has to be on the outside 4 inches down, the decal.
So do they have like a software of some sort that they register the, because I'm trying to think if there's going to be a cost to it. Like if and hopefully the legislation can, obviously the city manager's office has to create the system, right? Or figure out what it is. But what if it's $50,000 a year,
So does Sunny Isles, do we know if Sunny Isles has their own decal, or is it a county decal, or is it?
I looked at their ordinance, Commissioner, to come up with the way to do it. We modeled it on their ordinance. I don't know every operational detail.
So I
They
think
mail a decal within.
that's important to Commissioner Sue's point of the mini DMV, because if they have a system that they're using to register the vehicles, the scooters, and then provide the decal, is that going to be a person that's going to actually use that system to generate the decal, to track it? We can always do a drive to have people come in and register, but there has to be a mechanism to actually register
Right.
So maybe we can look into how they do that.
Right, and
what's the cost?
That's where the cost of the decal could come in and offset it. And again, my point, this is, I don't want the city to make money off. This is not about the city making money. It's about safety. So even if we have to, and I'm the one who's always trying to save money. I'm one of the ones that's always trying to save money. But if we have to spend a little money to save at least a life, if not more, then I'm all for it.
I think seeing how the cities that do have this legislation, how are they implementing these decals, and what fiscal responsibility that's going to be for us, and also for the police department. If they're going to be the one administering, who's going to administer? What hours do people come to register their decals? I think those are things that the manager can oversee, but we have to put that in here
Right.
so that it's not a cost that we oversee, that we overlook.
Right.
While we,
So in Eastern Shores we have the guardhouse, and there's a decal that it's a transponder that's put on the cars, and I'm not sure if it's like a program or something, but like the police department, basically they're the only ones that have access to it. Like Eastern Shores does not have access to it. So maybe it's like something similar. Maybe we can even use the same system. I don't know, because I don't know the program. I don't know if it could be shared or not, but maybe it's like something we could even share.
Commissioner Smuggler, just one comment. Yeah, small, I promise.
Honestly,
No,
well,
I'm
we're not
sorry.
going to finish the commission.
We're gonna finish, but please finish your point.
Thank you so much. Okay, no, I want to also mention that Key Biscayne also, I think they still put on that ban. There's no scooters. And
Right over the bridge, on the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sunny Isles Beach is also kind of like isolated.
Right.
Our city is a total
is a
pass-through city.
transient, yeah.
Right. And all the different cities all come to North Miami Beach, and so that's all. I
Again,
have
this
to
is
say.
just about saving a life.
First reading,
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith.
Okay, there's a few points. Number one, the decal in Sunny Isles is 12 inches down from the top. I had a few questions. I want to thank Deputy Chief, and I want to thank the chief. When I saw it too, I went to the wrong person, I guess. I went to the chief to bring this about. So I'm in definite favor of it. The questions I have were the age. I understand that the age is important, but I went to a social event in the Orthodox community where there must have been 200, 300 people, 400 people. It was huge. And there must have been 50 little bikes lined up. So these are local kids that may be 12. I have a 12-year-old that are riding these electric bikes too. So that's a question. I'm just going to ask my questions. I need no answers. We'll see what we can do for the second reading. I had a question about insurance, that they have insurance on, the parents have insurance when they buy these bikes for these kids. Because if the kid causes an accident, and the kid's the one that caused the accident,
I mean, I don't know how we could do that. I mean,
I don't know if there's an.
it's in there. It's in there.
I didn't see.
no, it's not.
I didn't see it.
No.
I can understand having helmets.
Yeah, but it wasn't for insurance for that.
First.
11.4. It's on the title. You saw issuance. Oh my gosh! All right, but you're right, Commissioner Smith. It's not on there, but
It's not on there, but I
She
don't
said-
know. I
She
don't.
says the Scrivener as error.
She read issuance and.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Smith. Save the comments and we'll
Okay.
ready for second reading.
Insurance for scooters, we'd have to find out.
So I had the same question about the 170 pounds. I had a question about people passing through. It's not only the residents, it's the non-residents. When you go in and out of Eastern Shores all day long, you stop at the red light for these kids on the bikes, these grown-ups on the bikes. And the thing is that they come from Sunny Isles working to go across. Maybe they left their car over here and because it's so expensive to park there, and left their car in North Miami Beach, or maybe they live in the county on 8th Avenue and they ride their scooter to that. So how are you going to regulate the people, the residents on number 3 going through? I had a question about helmets. Some of the cities do require helmets. And if we're really going to be safe for these kids, we ought to consider it. I had a question about transfer of motor scooter registration decal. Even if there's a change in ownership, you don't have to change the decal or notify anybody that it's changed, the ownership's changed. I have a question about every person operating a motorized scooter has all the rights and duties as riding a bicycle, yet we're not talking about the bicycles. Both my grandsons have those electric bicycles, and we're not talking about that. That can cause major, major damage. You said a woman was killed. I heard that a child was killed on, I'm not sure killed, but there was a bad accident on Country Club Drive this past week. I know my dearest friend has a housekeeper that rides on one of these, and a car hit her and fled because they had no insurance. I just, I think I 100% am for this. I know that Deputy did a lot of research on it. I've done a lot of research. I have all the notes, the references on the Isles, and I read Aventura. There's certainly a need, without question. We just have to see what we're going to do, because all I can see is all those little bikes. His Harold's gone. But those kids weren't 16, and they were riding those bikes. And they were riding them locally, just from one street to another to go. So we have to really see what we're going to do and see about putting helmets, and those are my questions. We can answer them next week because we have 20.
Yeah.
Right, and
We have
I
17
just
minutes.
want to say to Commissioner Smith that a 12-year-old killed a 66-year-old woman. And,
That's why.
Right, and also I have spoken to people in the Jewish community, and they're actually for this, even if they're even ones that have 12-year-olds that have the scooters, they're in favor of this.
Okay, well, I also spoke to people in the community, and because it was at his house, I called him to tell him and ask him what do they want to do. I'm not saying to change it. I'm saying we should be thinking about it. That's all.
Vice
Next
Mayor.
meeting.
Vice Mayor, final thought, please, so we can get this through.
Harold, you're here.
No, she came back specifically for this. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, great piece of legislation. I'd like to call the question.
Madam Clerk, second, sorry.
We'll talk next during
He
the
calls
week.
it, I second.
Okay. Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes.
It passes.
Next item.
Thank
Move
you.
to introduce.
Excuse me, Mayor, it's now, there's 15 minutes left before mandatory adjournment. You have 4 more ordinances, and I have some urgent matters that I have to bring up on attorney's report. I would ask now, instead of waiting till 2 minutes before, if you could.
If you can do it real
extend a
quick.
little bit.
Yeah, please do it real quick, please. To your point. Yes.
You should take a motion to extend a little bit. There's 4 more ordinances. And there was only 15 minutes before we can
And
get.
can you do the appointments?
There are resolutions.
Okay, well,
Do the appointments in
4
one?
more legislative,
Yeah, but our
legislative.
resolutions take hours.
And
Are
the
you saying
appointment?
you want me to do my report?
Yeah, real quick, please. Do your real quick, please.
All right, I'll try and
No,
do this
no,
very quickly because of the hour. But I have 2 items that I've had listed here. The first is Washington Park. Now, we've had some talk here about the fact that the contract got signed. I just want this, on the record, and I think our procurement director has left, but I want to remind people that with the help of the procurement director, under the guidance of the manager, deputy manager, and by the way, the assistant manager when he was serving as our interim manager, we elected to reject all bids. 1 was disqualified. We were left with 1 that was $19 million. We rejected, we got sued. And one of the things that's been a little bit of a delay was we had this lawsuit. Contrary to what some people sometimes say, that was defended internally by us, myself and a partner, Glenn Smith, with the help of our purchasing director. And I don't know if it's on the record, but just on May 6th, Wednesday, not 2 weeks ago, we got an 11-page order from the court per our submission, and the court denied the motion for temporary injunction that Schiff Construction had filed. That's a big win for us, and it's what let us go forward. We then immediately moved to finalize that contract. And getting the contract finalized was great, and that was important, a great ceremony yesterday, but that was possible because the litigation is not completely over, but once they failed on that temporary injunction, we worked hard at that. So I just want that on the record, and Ms. George, our procurement director, was our star witness, and she did a great job. Now, the second thing is for some charter revisions, and there are 2 things I need to bring up. Number 1 has been subject of some conversation tonight, and that's that there is a petition going around for a charter amendment. And I do need to comment on that. We do have a code provision that deals with those initiatives. It is subject to the county home rule charter provision in 5.03. There are basically two requirements that are imposed on us. One has to do with the fact that we must approve, it says here, the city council, it's an old ordinance, shall without delay approve same, the petition, as to form for circulation. We're required to do that. The second provision has to do with when the petitions are passed, they must attach to them a sworn affidavit of the circulator. We've had this for some time, and I've had no objection to the form. I've looked at it legally. I want to be clear, that's no endorsement. It doesn't mean it's a good idea. It doesn't mean anybody should like it, but I haven't had any objection as to the form, and I don't find any legal deficiency in the form, whether it's advisable or not. At this point, unless there's some other objection, I think we need to deem that approved because we're required, and we're frankly already late. Could have been done probably in April. So we're going to deem the form approved.
Nice.
However, there are no affidavits of circulators. We have not received any. The clerk has received a number of signed petitions, but there are no affidavits of circulators. And until that, if that can be cured, and I don't know, but till that occurs, we're supposed to transmit these to the county for their review so they can verify the signatures. We're not doing that without there being affidavits of circulators. So that's where we are. Without objection, I'll deem those two unless somebody has some major issue. We need to deal with that because this is out there. So that's that.
In regards to the charter committee, right?
Yes.
That's going to come up next because I know there's a lot of people working on the charter committee. That's going to be coming up.
I'm getting to that. The second item, Mayor. The
Please.
final meeting of the Charter Review Committee, we hope.
I have a question about that.
Of
about
which?
The
Charter Review?
about the city council approving the
Form only.
the form. Did we have to approve it before it was gone out?
No, they can submit it to us for approval. Whether they have to get that approval before they can circulate is not clear to me, and anybody who has an issue with what's going on is welcome to challenge it in court. It's frankly probably moot without affidavits of circulators because that is an absolute requirement, and I believe it's deficient.
The charter review.
Yeah, okay, the Charter Review, we are hoping tomorrow night is the final meeting of the Charter Review Committee. Of course, I can't say that till we're done. We're called for 6 o'clock. Typically, that committee only goes till 9:30, 9:45, and we have a lot to do. So I'm not positive it's tomorrow night. Hopefully, that's the last meeting. But there is a lengthy menu of things, and I just want to remind the commission, you're going to need as soon as possible to schedule a special meeting. This is not something that you can do going item by item by item through the whole charter. You cannot do that at a commission meeting. If you think it's a problem to do quasi-judicial, this is much bigger. And so please keep in mind that if we do finish tonight and there's a report to be transmitted, the clerk needs to work with you to get a night when we can go through all these. Nothing goes on the ballot that you don't vote for.
All right, I have a question, please. Yes. Okay, so because I want to move this along because the 11.5 is going to be very contentious. I want 11.5. Let me be very clear. The process, I want the process, especially when it comes to our conference, especially when it comes to how we do our business and the fact for staff purposes. And this is something we've been wanting for a long, long time. Now, all we're doing is just to vote for it to move forward. That's all I'm asking. Because I mean, it's first reading. I'm going to open up for public comment because that's what it's supposed to be. But can I have a motion?
When, by the way, Mayor, that concludes my report.
Second, I just want to see if I can move it along, please. Second, Madam, Mr. City Attorney, please read it into the record, please.
By title.
Yes. We're just pushing along. That's all I'm saying. I want this.
In orders.
for the special, the charter?
We have to look at their
They have to finish
calendar.
what-
We're not sure if we're done.
What's the deadline?
Item
for that?
11.5, ordinance
July
number
24th.
2026-10. First
Yes.
reading, establishing an agenda process sponsored by the city manager and ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, creating a standardized legislative agenda submission, review, and publication process, establishing deadlines for the submission of proposed resolutions, ordinances, discussion items, presentations, and other legislative matters requiring administrative review, fiscal impact analysis, and review for legal sufficiency prior to agenda publication, establishing procedures for add-on items, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for effective.
Open up for public comment.
Real quick. Only you should provide if it doesn't fit the time and no one can
Your
put,
name.
you're going to lose $1 million
Your name.
contract because it's,
Your name.
Karen Harold. It's not on the agenda, so you might lose $1 million contract. Is there any emergency situation where it can be put on and it doesn't meet that time? That's all.
All right. Mr. Pedoti.
Yes, for the record.
Mr. Pedoti.
Whitney Pedot, Lazula residents. I want to make this quick. I do support this item. Thank you for bringing it upon to the city. And the only request I ask or make a comment is, can you make an agenda workshop?
We try that. All right, is that your comment?
Yes.
Do we have anyone for public comment? Public comment is now closed. Now, it's come back to us. All I'm saying is this is first reading.
Okay, I just want one of them things so he can answer it next time on number 60. Could you just tell me what qualifies to be waived? How much do you qualify to be waived?
If you can work, we can work on that definition.
Yeah.
So that's not now, but like that's a question.
I defer that to Mr. Manager.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Great piece of legislation. I'd like to call the question.
Thank you.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes. Commissioner
first reading.
Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes. Now we got two resolutions. But come on. Who's reading it? Move to.
Can we approve the
Oh yes, the appointments. Can we?
appointments first?
Okay. Moving out of order. Do I have
Move to appoint the
through acclamation?
appointments.
All the appointments.
All the appointments. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2026-74, 11.6.
Oh, let's okay. Come. Second.
Somebody second.
Item 11.6, resolution number R 2026-74, establishing NMB bites. Sponsored by Commissioner Sue. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing the NMB bites program, authorizing city manager to work with the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce to develop and implement a citywide restaurant promotion program during the month of October, requiring participating businesses to maintain a valid city of North Miami Beach business activity, providing for participation by local eateries and restaurants through discounted menu offerings and special promotions, authorizing limited city support for marketing, advertising, and promotional activity, establishing an annual program expenditure cap of $15,000, providing for effective.
Commissioner Sue.
I motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I just have
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa, whoa,
quick question.
I had a question.
Quick question.
Commissioner Smuckler.
I just want to know, is there any cost to the city?
$15,000.
$15,000.
That's the cap.
15.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, Commissioner Jung.
I also,
And that's from economic development.
Commissioner Jung.
I wanted to also give, I'm not sure if our previous CRA director had the NMB Bites program as well. I don't know if any of you remember that. But we had, that was Commissioner, Vice Mayor McKenzie?
Yeah, I spoke to the manager about that. It's a brand that already exists.
That's a brand that already exists. I wanted to kind of pay homage to Vice Mayor for that. We had something different, so if the naming can be adjusted to still homage that program that was already established. I don't know if we.
What actions
Because
have
it was
been done
already-
with the original program?
Oh, no, he had a whole video series.
No. It was all the restaurants came together.
Yeah.
And there was tasting of all the different foods from restaurants in North Miami Beach.
That's kind of what they're trying to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
So,
he did that.
Okay.
Unless-
so you
but
want
I
to
second
change
the
name?
motion to.
Yes,
approve.
he wants. Can you?
I don't. I don't mind. I don't mind the name. I really
What
don't mind the name.
Are you offering that for him?
What, offering what though?
He wants to change.
No, I mean, I'm willing
No,
to
the name
take-
is branded, which for me is actually a good thing. It's not a problem. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't want to change. So
Yeah, I
you
think
want to
that's
give it
a
away.
good thing.
You're just
The branding-
reactivating it.
Yeah.
Okay, reactivating it. Let's go.
Yeah, the question was called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Jean, you got your 2 minutes. Move to introduce.
11.7, resolution number R 2026-75.
Second. All right.
This one's yours.
It is.
This is just piggybacking on a national initiative for youth entrepreneurs. So definitely would love your support for it.
And what cost?
$1,500.
$1,500.
Motion?
Second.
Motion to approve. Second.
Wait, that's complete, right? I mean, like employees and everything?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2026-76.
Oh, that's a big one, yeah.
Oh,
Somebody second.
Second.
Thank you. At 11.8, resolution number R 2026-76, approving a purchase order with Murphy Pipeline Contractors LLC for the Skyway Water Main Replacement Project, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city, North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Murphy Pipeline Contractors LLC for the Skyway Water Main Replacement Project in an amount not to exceed $4,400,000. Authorizing the city manager designating all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing conflicts, providing scrivener's errors, providing severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
I motion to
Second.
extend the meeting.
I'll extend it for, motion for extended for 5
15 minutes.
No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
We don't have the city manager's report.
To call the question.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. You,
Okay, aye.
what about the city manager's report?
He can report, but time is up. But he can speak. It's a report. It's up, but you can speak. You can still speak. And it's online. It's people can download.
We've got 1 minute, so I'll email you the report.
All right, thank you. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.